Put that in. In this angle too here, going back to the head, is kind of a diagonal line. I see that too as well. So I'm going to put that in my composition and start to show you that as I come forward.
Time flees over the fort like a kite in the wind.
I'm going to look at, kind of see where that this cheekbone kind of turns in through here, this jaw where that turn, the shadow is in through here. That's a nice kind of side plane of a head, that jaw area. I'm going to bring that line up. And I'm also going to, I notice this angle too here as well. Put that in. In this angle too here, going back to the head, is kind of a diagonal line. I see that too as well. So I'm going to put that in my composition and start to show you that as I come forward. So I'm already starting to say that this head is got a side view. It's tilted. Grab a drink of coffee there. Got to have your coffee going. And that we've got more of a side view and not just obviously straight on because he's looking again this way. So we've got this straight line in through here, but what we're really noticing is that the center of the head off of that straight line is slightly curved. So the nose line downward through the tip of the nose will probably be somewhere, I'm guessing right now, I'm just weighing in visually, maybe about right in through here, close. Coming through down and back over underneath into the chin, right in through this area, in through here. So you notice that coming on through. So we have that. So we have this nice curvature, and we get that based off of this straight line. And then how far does that curve deviate? I'm thinking off that straight line when I start to draw and sketch. Again, it's really fast and it's really loose, and I don't make my sketches this tight. Again, in this so detailed with my alignment lines, but we've got, we want to show you that. So keep that in mind if you're just tuning in through here. And so there's where the arch of that head belongs, right in through there. Okay, next thing we want to start to look at is where is the center of the eye line emerging from. So I'll start to think about here coming across and the center of the eyes, okay? When I'm talking about, I'll draw it over here, is that it's at an angle, and it's where I think the center of the eyeball or the whole entire eye socket structure happens to work off of the center, in through the center, or how I see that center. And of course the nose would start to emerge over in through here. So that true center. And I'm weighing that distance between here curving across, and I think it's about right in through. Here. That's where I see that. Now it's on an angle, okay? So it's not straight. And again, how do I know that? Because I put a straight line against it. So if I think the center where this right eye is, and I put a straight line across, that's not going to do me. And also the head is moving in this direction, so it's in more of a perspectival composition. And so it's got to be tilted. So it's got to be moving. How much of a tilt? I perceive it to be about right in through here. And so I can lock that in for you a little stronger by drawing a diagonal line that way. So I fill the center of the eyes in through here, come down the center axis of the head, looking for the bottom of the nose, and that's going to be on a tilt too. Straight is across here. Here's the tilt about right in through there. So I can put that maybe a little bit lower, right in through that tilt, right in through there. So tilt of his nose line in through here. Now bring that across strongly so we can see and feel all that. Mark that against here. It feels pretty accurate in through here. And then the mouth crease of the two lips, the actual crease between the two where that shadow is certainly at a little bit of an angle here, right? We see that come across, okay? And where its ending is, I'm going to perceive to be right now about right here. I'll put a dot there so you can show it. And of course, this one ends about right in through there on slight, okay, an angle for now. Okay, we'll show that. And then the bottom lip, the crease there, the end of the bottom lip where that shadow is, right in through here. here, right in through this area, okay? Feel like we're right in through here, coming across, and then this distance I measure, it looks pretty good too as well. And so I'll draw a straight line, excuse me, a diagonal line across for that measure, and you see where we're at too. And we feel just slightly above the ending point of this headdress. So that was the head wrap. So that was pretty good drawing right in there as it works together. So if this was a little higher, a little bit lower, and I got this angle, I may or may not change it depending if it wasn't that important to me. So sometimes when I make mistakes, if it really is truly integral to the composition, I'll change it. If not, no big deal. And I think most artists will tell you that if it's important. They'll change it. If not, they won't. Now, this comes in more of an angle now. I can see that. So we can start to move this chin in a little bit more, a little bit better. Okay, so we can have this relationship too as well. So we start to get a little bit more confident with the structure of our head as we move forward. All right, so we've got our features starting to emerge through our composition and through here. So I can start to draw this in a little bit where we have that coming up a little bit higher too, and through here, that wrapping down and through. So it's actually a little bit thicker. I think I perceived it now. Got it how I want it. And through here, we'll come down. Okay, and work on down and through here. Get this headdress starting to come on through. Since we feel like it's pretty locked in. Width feels pretty good in through here. The ending point of the head, the brow line will be about right in through here. The brow turns through here. So something else we can look at. If I feel like the brow, as it comes through, and down is going to be about right in through here. And over, and we're above the center of the eyes slightly, by the way. Okay, or the top of the eye. That brow I can start to feel across with another diagonal line, alignment line over in through here. So that's going to feel like it's going to come this way, right? And then you notice that as I draw that, and then there's a deviation up through the eyebrow and through here to give him that expression that we want, right in through this area, and through here, and of course coming on down the line right in through there as well, so that we can start to see how this is starting to emerge, cleaner and clearer for us within the composition, and that's all because of drawing perception, and of course now we're using alignment too as well. All right, so I'm going to come down and start to feel this jaw line. And through here, I'm going to show you this as I come down and start to get this. I feel like the major curve happens before the ending tip of the nose, which is pushed about right over, maybe a little bit further since it's wider, about right in through here. And so the major curve happens, width happens here, and it curves in and gets a little straighter and curves back, starting to back out slightly below that nose. And I'm just projecting lines across that. So we come in a little bit here, we come over, and then we see this curve. You can start to feel that chin curve through, that thickness, right, of that chin curve. And through here a little bit more. You can start to push that back in a little bit of time. We start to feel that, and then now we can come across the ending point here. I can bring a diagonal line over for alignment. So the ending point of this jawbone curve I can bring over, and we'll feel it over here. So that was a pretty good analysis already in through here, right in through here, right? This line in through here, up and over and through, we can cut in. And so this gives me a feeling of where we're at with our nose and our jaw and the shadow of all that system right in through there. We can start to come over and start to put in that shadow. And so what we're saying now, what we're utilizing now, is we're saying that we are now relating object subforms within the object to itself to finish out the entire object. So object to object, right, but also object subforms within itself, I think is important to understand what we're doing. I'm starting to get into now with this drawing. Okay, so we'll come over through here, and I'll kind of go through some of this a little bit more quickly. I'm not going to make this super detailed or valued finished in terms of finished drawing. It's not the point. The point is to show you the alignment, and you can get on with it. In through here and up and over, and I'll put just a little shadow up in here for relationship, and I can bring this on down. Okay, so I think we're controlling it now pretty good in our drawing as we move forward. Here. So let's start to work on these eyes a little bit further. So we've got the nose in through here, and I can start to project, here's our center, right, coming in through here, and we can start to say the end of the nose, brow area at the top here, top ending here. I put a line to measure across here, I feel like it's here, the width, thickness, about right in through here, right, and then the area where it turns in and gets darker, about right in through here. So these are projection lines, verticals that I can use, and I can throw down the figure here, I can throw down the cast here, and throw down about right here, and to take a look at. And so you notice that This really helps to tell us where the angle of the nose is in the situation. So the nose, the eyebrow comes over through here, the brow line, the hub and thickness of the brow comes over through here, right? And then we start to see where the thickness of the nose connection is over and through here, and its thickness is to here, hubs all the way over, and ends about right in through here where it comes over, right? We see that in through there, so there's our thickness, right in through there, so that helped us out already. But then we see this straight line coming through, and we see that it almost winds up, but not quite, to the right side of the tip of the ending part of the nose, right in through here, right? So what that means was, here we come down, we see a little bit of extra, take a look at the image, a little extra of the nostril over here, so that nostril is pushed over, so that means, again, that the angle of the nose, right, is here. That's what horizontal, vertical, in this case, diagonal alignment lines can give you. This is probably a little wide. Pull that in just a little bit, but a little extra softening shadow to pull that in just a little bit. That ends probably slightly into the nostril, just a little bit, probably right. There. I'll show you what I'm looking at right in through there. So when I draw those lines, again, I'm manifesting to you, rendering to you, illustrating to you, whatever word you want to use, to show you what's in my mind. Again, that's pretty key. We don't always get that. We don't know the mindset of Velasquez, for instance, when he's using that great sort of prototypical impressionistic brushwork that he was doing in Baroque. Yeah, it's amazing. We don't know what was in his mind, how he did that technique, because we don't have a record of it. And so it's highly fascinating if we did to see how he got what he did, but I digress. All right, so let's get back to the nose and through here. And so we have that angle over. Where's the tip of the nose end? Well, we can say, okay, we feel like if it's here, we can draw a alignment line here, or how I line in my mind, and it's about what? About the center of the eyeball, right in through there, this width between here and here. So we're pretty good there. So the tip of the nose can come out, okay, and in through here, so we have its tip around, okay, come in through here, and on down, and over to the nostril, through here, and then we can start to come up and grab that nostril up and over on this side, then over and through. Put a little shadow there. And then we can catch, we see a little bit of nostril. And that's the line right in through here where it touches. You can see that, which is where I'm trying to get to. And over. And it catches just a little bit of that side. And this hub comes over, and it's got a little, he's got that bony indention some people get right in through there. And so that was the line again, right where you see it, that I saw here, that ending point there that can bring up to the nose right in through to help me control that composition. And then we can start to build this down a little bit. Just to make it a little bit more clear for you. Through here. I have a cast shadow coming in through there. We can deal with that. Okay, so now we'll take on the other side of the nose, and we'll start to feel this thickness in through here. All right, we'll come through, we'll get that nose in through here, this bridge of the nose coming in, where it ends into the bony part of the cavity of the nose and gets into more cartilage running through here. Okay, and then we'll come across and around. Feel that through. Okay, tip of the nose, a little bit of extra into here. I don't want to get too bogged down with detail, but I do need to show you this coming through. And we've got shadow coming across too as well. Now the tip of the nostril, watch this. So we're in a little bit of perspective, so it might not quite line up, but if we draw the tip here and we say, how are we doing? A lot of times nostrils will. They're ending points. Right through here, that line just happened to end right here. A lot of times they'll line up with the start of the eye. And so I'll bring that over, and we'll look at our image, and it's pretty close to where that nostril ends. We bring up our vertical alignment, and where that shadow begins, about right in through here. So that was a pretty good assessment. Right in through here is where that eye begins, right up in through. There, tucked nicely under that very prototypical kind of furrowed male brow, very strong brow through there. Right, so let's keep on trucking here. So I'll kind of darken in this nostril just a little. You can see that. Okay, so we bring this darkness down in through here so we can finally get the center of the nose, in position of the nose, and through here. Okay, and you can use this shape now. This is kind of almost comes down a little straight, arches over this cast shadow, forming cast shadow together, coming through, right? And then we have this cast shadow, and notice again it's on an angle a little bit, so we have a diagonal line kind of coming down just a little bit, follows kind of the linear pattern through there. You can even measure that against these shadows over here. It feels pretty good, and through here it relates together pretty nicely. We come through here. Then all this. As we come across, we'll get our this cast shadow, and through here we can say how again another chance for an alignment line, vertical. And we notice it's also at slight diagonal this way, but where it ends, we'll bring it up, and it's not quite center of the eye. You see that? So we can end that cast shadow. Those things happen really fast in drawing, and so I'm showing again things that I'll just start sketching out and look. And I really can't emphasize enough how slow, how much slower we are in terms of this process, slowing this down, because what really happens is as we sketch, it goes really fast. Okay. I think it's like if you play a musical instrument and you're learning I play guitar, and if you're learning a composition, and you've got very difficult fingering passages, it needs to be slowed down for you at a exceedingly slow rate until you master those passages, and you can speed it up until it's meant to be played at the speed that it was composed and recorded at. And then you have it. Same thing here. We've got to slow this down a little bit so you can start to see that. So I've got that cast shadow in through here and form shadow that we'll put on just a little bit in through there. So shadows can be fit nice and neatly and conform into horizontal, vertical, and diagonal lines. So the understanding of if you do play a musical instrument, it can be slowed down for you, or an athletic technique too. I think is a good analog to or analysis therein of what we're kind of slowing down to do. Okay, so we've got that. So we can feel the end of the shadow roughly about right in through here where it straightens out a little bit. And again, it's not quite the center of the eye. So let's tackle that eye a little bit more. And I'm going to start to adjust related to what I see. In through here, base of the forehead. So we're pretty good through there. So you're always in a state of constant adjustment too, as well. I think that's important to keep in mind that if you're drawing, you're doing well, and you're analyzing what you do, you're in a constant state of adjustment. Do I have the right proportion scale here? Where am I off here, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I think that it's pretty important to see. So go back and catch our table a little bit right in through here. So you see that? Let's tackle the eye. So now we have the ending part of our eye, roughly right in through here with the nostril. We can say about right there, okay, width of our eye. I can kind of make a mark. I can feel it coming down the center of our eye. And it ends where the true folding of the skin, the eyelash comes in, ends at a point maybe about right in through here. We have a little bit of extra shadow. So about right in through there. It's a little bit long, which is fine. And so we can feel this whole eye cavity, this whole formation of the eye in through here in its curvature. You can even draw a line down where the shadow ends across diagonally to help you line these two together about here to here. And that will help bring this length over to that too as well, where the total ending of the fold is as well. So it's really powerful, again, powerful technique that we use at the speed of light and that we can slow down for you guys out there, viewers, our students in NKU and also YouTube land. Enjoying making videos for my students here on campus and also alumni and high school students I get messages from now and also from international students. I love that. So if you have an idea for a video, you're watching this one, you have an idea, you want to see something, if I can get to it, it may take me a little while, I'll be happy to do it for you for this public service that I'm doing. Okay, so let's get into this. Let's get into this eye a little bit and through here. So we have this rounded quality in through here coming over. We have the fold of the eyelids together coming over. So I'm going to simplify this out to moving over, falling down and through and over and in, curves in and downward and through here. And we'll finish off a little bit lower than center. Okay, it's important to know all the way through and where this crease of the shadow happens in. Through here a little bit. Okay, over there. Then we have that skin fold of the eye, the shadow on the eye through here, and it gets pretty hard edged in through here and up and over. Very formal, kind of basic structural drawing that we're doing. It's not very, I wouldn't say it's expressive in that the sense of artistic looseness or expression, but it's structural and instructional. So we have that. Then we have this roundness, feeling the roundness of the eyeball through there, coming over right. They come together a little bit. This eyelid folds over. We have shadow on the eyeball, not the lid, but the eyeball. And then we have shadow under on the lid. And through here. So we know more how to place this eye because of horizontal and vertical and diagonal alignment lines that I've already put down to show you. So we can place it nice and comfortably in our composition, which certainly helps. So we come through here. And we'll close this, put this down more. Okay, and then we can start to put this in a little bit more shadow. And this whole thing, I'll start to put in shadow in through here that comes down about right in through there. Of course, we could bring a line over if we want. I'm not going to now. Speed it up a little bit for you. And I can start to throw this a little bit more shadow and tone. Okay. So we've got that aligned decently well. We've got that sitting in. We found our center, right? We found it was on an angle. Now we're starting to find our thicknesses and finish out this part of the sketch. I'll go ahead and find this crease a little bit for you. Just generalize it. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail right in through. It ends where that really dark crease is about right in through here. Okay, I think that's good enough for placement for now. We'll move on. So I'm going to get this cheekbone in through here. Bring it down. We'll coarse shadow just a little bit. We'll get into true full value strength for a demonstration. Now this kind of makes a triangle here to here to here. So I'm relating to that. Okay, that likes to have diagonal relationships from here. All right, look at that. Watch. This is how I'm seeing it from here downwards to here. It feels good. There's 3 diagonal alignment relationships running through there to make that work for me. And I'm going to bring this jaw line, mouth, muzzle line across. So as I bring this shadow down, here's something important. I bring it down. I'm going to make a little darker mark about right through there. And then I'm going to stop and relate it and say, okay, where am I to the eye? And I feel like it's pretty good alignment because it's a little pushed over from the darkest part of the shadow here. So I'll draw a alignment line to show you what I'm seeing about right through there. That feels pretty good because the darkest part of this eye shadow, the shadow of the eye, not the mascara stuff, right, is about right in through here, goes down a little bit further. So there's a bulky, quality to that, and it's over here and it kind of gets a little bit pointy in through this way. Now this can be brought down. I'll tell you one thing that I see. This can kind of come over and through. And this can be brought down over this kind of headdress, and I bring it in through here a little bit, which would make this a little bit thinner. And see how I can just draw over that and sketch. It's no big deal to make a mistake on that. So you can see that's a little bit was less wide than I had it, which is fine. I can just adjust it, or I could have left it. All right, so I feel coming back over here, I feel this is pretty good. Coming down and through to alignment, coming over and down and through. So all this feels pretty good in terms of what we're looking at so far. And of course, I've got this cheek over and through here, and chin now over and through here. I can start to form this out. So this comes in about right here. We can say, okay, how far does this come over? About right in through there. And the shadow kind of ends right in through here. How far does it end? We can put an alignment line here. I'm looking at it, and it ends about about where this shadow begins of the eye. And that tends to line up pretty nicely right in through there. You can see that. So I feel like we're well on our way. We're doing pretty well here. And got this moving through. So now we can start to see this eye on the other side and how these measurements, we can see just line up nicely. The top of the eye right in through here, the bottom of the eye right in through here, help us in perspective. Although this starts to get a little bit shorter because we're in perspective, but it gives us an idea. We always have to be careful not to get too complacent with sizing, because it'll be a little bit smaller on this size because of perspective. Just keep that in mind as we're sketching through. Okay. All right, so now we'll come over here and start to place our objects through. We see that the eye starts to get pushed and buried a little bit. The lid gets buried in through here. We have an angle. It's moving in this direction, over, and comes through this way. And then this brow tends to be really strong and come up and through and over this way. There's a little shadow underneath here, like so. Okay. So because it's on an angle, this eye is a little bit higher. This lid is a little bit higher than the other. And yep, with a straight line across, you can see that it's just slightly higher, and that's a good thing. Just a little bit, where the other one is. And so we'll come down. Here we have this information underneath. Okay. We come down and start to get more of kind of the rounded part of the eyeball itself in through here. This rounded quality, which bulges underneath through there. And then we can come on in this way. So we can come down. This is a little bit, shall not make it too light in through here. Then we have a little bit of a bulge of the bottom lid. This undershadow in through here, it's very soft. Comes over a little bit. And then we have the ending part of this eyeball about right in through here. So I'll make it a little bit darker right through here so you can see that emerge through there and over. Okay, so what we want to do now is, I think, work with the mouth and get this mouth kind of set in and finished off a little bit so we can expedite this a little bit, and then we'll handle the cast shadows a little bit, and then we'll get out of here. So we want to reevaluate what I've done here and make sure we're okay. So this distance between the bottom of the nose, we have the filter here, which is in line in the top of the lip. Top of the lip, I feel like it's now about right here in our drawing. So I could put in my mind a little horizontal diagonal, actually, line through there. That was the top of the lip. The crease is lower. It feels pretty good. Still where I have it, right through there. There was the crease. And the bottom lip, as it curls around, and starts to end in shadow and gets completed, again, was pretty close to, right in through there. So we're laying that on, we've got that, and then we need to take in effect this width. So let's go back and look at the width. Again, the width is too wide. Watch this, how do I know? Because if I bring the ending of the eyeball line down here, right, okay, the mouth crease comes over. The mouth crease is a little bit, just slightly wider than the nostril to about right there. So that mouth crease was too wide, so I can correct that now. Go back and adjust my composition. So here's the mouth crease. I'll put a dot there. And I feel like the other one was pretty accurate because it's almost right at the end of the edge of where the mouth muzzle is. This comes over and then overlaps just a little bit. And of course this softens up in the shadow, and it becomes a cast shadow in through here a little bit for now. And so we can move on. And so what we see here is the angle of the mouth, which I think is pretty accurate too as well. And so we can bring down a little bit of the filter. There's not much lot to show there in light, but it's kind of a cavity, a curve in through here, and maybe a little bit of line through there just to show that filtrum coming through and emerging a little bit, just to give you a little bit of a sense of that form. And so after that, we can start to feel this top lip a little bit above the crease of the mouth, just that curve. And then really the underneath shadow of the mouth is what we're looking for with that crease. And it comes downward now, curls downward like so, in, and over. So I could, when I put that point there, right, it gave me a place to shoot for with my alignment. So it's on an angle, right? It's on that diagonal, just slightly, and I know what the ending point is, and I can also know where my shadow is. Again, this happens so fast in regular sketching and drawing, but we're slowing this process down. You can see it. So I can bring the other lip over, which is going to be shortened in perspective and abbreviated through, and then we have the crease of the folds from the jaw coming over the mouth in this little indentation about right here. Little dot I put right there where it increases a little bit through there. Okay. All right. So we'll continue on, and we'll just get this top. It's kind of like a scowl. We'll get the top of this lip right in through here, and it gets open just a little bit more down here. Right in through there, which is really all of this is kind of a big sausagey shape of a lip, right in through and over and down and through here, and through here and down and on and over and on and through, in through there. So we can kind of come over. And we have our shadow here. There we go. And so we can start to see this underneath. It's kind of a lighter area, kind of a circular form. Now we can bring this over. This needs to come in just a little bit. And we're just about really there. Kind of got enough to think where you can get the idea. And so the ending of the bottom lip, where the shadow ends itself, is about right. See, we're pretty good there in our alignment, right in through there. And we can put a little extra shading in there if you can see that. Keep it loose if you want. Right in through here. And we're on our way in through here. And I'll make this little crease right in through here, a little super extra dark where it folds underneath and on itself. And it comes through down like so. Then we can fold over. Okay, we've got that. So we're pretty good already. You can kind of see this. The lines start to even disappear some. We start to throw a little bit of shadow tone. Not completely, obviously, but we start to disappear a little bit. Okay, all right. So I feel like we've got the head region, I think, locked in pretty nicely. This might even have gone a little bit higher, maybe brought it down a little bit, but just maybe over a little bit. It's okay for a sketch. All right, I think we're doing okay. So in through here. All right, now let's take a look at the cast shadows of everything that we're relating in our composition, and we can start to, excuse me, we can start to finish this out. So let's do that. All right, so what I see when we're working, I think first thing I think about is I'll project the angle of the top of the head, right, horizontally across from the very top kind of tip where it touches that antler, which I'm leaving out, by the way, over and across here. That's the height. We know nothing of this cast shadow over here gets anywhere near touching and coming up over that. So, all right, the next thing I look at is this kind of angle and hub here where it really gets dark, right in through here, okay, and it turns, right in through here where it turns. So I can draw a horizontal line there, across alignment line, in through there. And this cast shadow is still a little bit lower, right? So it's a little touch lower. Then I can think, okay, right above this brow, which I can make angled up just a little bit to get a little bit more accurate, right? Up and through here, and over, as it comes through. Right in through this area, that's where I feel like, as it comes, feeling, seeing, right? This is where that cast shadow starts, about right in through this. So I'm gonna bring that over, this line over, right in through here. Can you see it? That's how I see it. There's my horizontal alignment line for there. And so what I'm seeing now, this is the height, then I think, what's the spatial distance between the negative space, right? Between the ending point of the headdress and where the cast shadow begins, about right in through there. And so that shows me where I can start this angles over a little bit and then out the composition. So here's my cast shadow of this form from here, right over to here. Okay, that's how I help govern it. If it's too high, if it bisects these lines, it's too high. If it bisects this one, it's too high. If it goes underneath this line, it's too low as well. So I can feel this angle coming through. Where does this come through and meet the cabbage? It doesn't meet on the outside. If I kept going, it's here. So I could bring this maybe to here a little bit. And so, did you see how I lined that from here over and not here? So it's a little bit further in, and so I can put my shadow line right in through there, right? So let's get the next major movement, which is now this way, right? So as it moves here, where does it bisect, or where does it touch actually, this headdress? Well, it's about right, I feel like it's right here. It's underneath the total bottom of the eye, right? Here's the total bottom, right in through here. So it's a little bit lower, so it's about right there. So here's an alignment line I can use, right in through there to show that. Okay, and so this comes down at an angle. How much is an angle? Well, we can draw that, take a look at that. And later on I'll show you inside, and you can put your pencil, hold your hand, or arm, your elbow. Keep your elbow straight. So here's the angle of the outside of that bigger cast shadow, not the antler shadow, but the big one. And look how its angle goes above a little bit the cabbage head, right in through here. So that's the projection I see in my mind, right there, right? And then I can draw it out right here. So we see that coming across, right? So we see that to that. And then I'll pick up this shape, this cast shadow shape right in through here, okay? And then downward underneath, I can pick up the strongest, darkest shapes through there. I can start to see, which is about right here. And they're kind of on the same angle. So where does it bisect the cabbage here when I draw it? Well, it's not halfway down. It feels pretty good about here. It takes off the top kind of third, doesn't it? And it comes on down the composition, like so. So I'll darken it in now so you can see it. So hopefully you're understanding that we can see object to object shadows, detail to detail on the object as well, which really helps. So in through here we can see, and then we've got, okay, where does this angle come down? It almost hits up to this angle, but of course this angle starts to get a little bit flatter because it's the end of the table. And of course you could keep going with your shadows, and even your shadows, the interior parts of your shadow shapes. Let me go ahead and I'll just sketch this in, fill this in, mop this in with a little bit of tone, excuse me, so you can kind of see it a little bit better in through here. And I think we're getting to the point now where I think the point is pretty much well made. That horizontal alignment can really help you structure and hold in your composition resolutely and cleanly and completely. And you can relate angle to angle, negative space to negative space, form to form, here to here, and also subform to subform as well. And really push the clarity of your drawing and get it more accurate more quickly, right? And move on. Now we work quick because we had to slow it all down. But if you take these ideas and then forget about me and draw your own stuff, you can draw this faster. And what we're really trying to say is all this information is now it came from our brain, right? So it came from the brain and make sure I didn't write Brian, brain, and it's about seeing. And you're using, right, your eyes and your brain and your vision and your perception to make this come alive. And this is a record of all of our seeing and our visualizing. Okay, so there you go. That's horizontal, vertical, and diagonal alignment to place our compositional objects more accurately and more confidently and get them right the first time and not make any major mistakes. You still make mistakes. You notice I did. You correct them, adjust to them. It's probably a good thing I showed you the mistakes, so that way you can adjust to them and be free and confident that mistakes are part of human perception, and that because of that, we can adjust, learn to adjust, and make art that is human and interesting and not, hopefully, too robotic. Okay, so there you go. Hey, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Take care. Bye-bye.
Today's video is sponsored by Heartopia, a cozy life simulation game designed with creativity and freedom in mind.
So now we're going to tackle the cone and the pyramid form. So these forms are, I think, secondary to the cube, the sphere, and the cylinder, but nonetheless, they're excellent friends too. They're your good acquaintances. So I think you'll probably use them a little bit less than the others, but if you're an architect or you're a designer of some sort of any kind, you might use these actually more often than I might think you do. So this lesson came as a request from a student in the UK named Nikki Singh. So Nikki, this one is for you. Shout out to you. But all other students out there, anywhere, if you have an idea for something that you want to see that you're having trouble with, you have difficulty with, let me know, and if I can get to it, I'll get to it. It might take me a little bit of time. I'm pretty busy, but I'll be happy to if I can get to it. All right, so today I'm going to draw with charcoal. This is a hard charcoal pencil. So when I'm doing diagrammatic drawings, I don't like to do anything too use anything too soft, but I did want to use charcoal, but it's a hard charcoal pencil, so it's a pretty hard material, so it's a little bit easier to control with lighter values for now for line. And I'll probably use some Sharpies for writing and also for some sketching too as well. And of course my trusty hard edge. Okay, so let's get started. So I think it's good to show where the antecedents or the beginnings of where a pyramid and a cone come from. So with a pyramid, the antecedent to that, or the beginnings of that, came from, or we get it out of the cube. So I'll throw down a 2-point cube here so we can see. I think it's important to relate back to where we get things, and in this case certainly the pyramid. So we have this cube here, 2-point cube, just sketching it out. You can see sometimes I use a ruler, but I try not to be too stiff with it, so I vary my line weight as I can. So here we go, we've got that 2-point cube, right? Okay, and so that's where we're going to get the pyramid from, and then to get the cone later on, we got that from the cylinder, right? So we have our ellipse here, so I can put down the ellipse, and then I'll bring down the straight line of, or the length of the tube on the left and the right, through here, and then we'll draw our ellipse through. Okay, if you want to draw the back of it, that's fine. A little bit more curved than the top because we're looking down on it a little bit further right, at least in this view, for sure. Then I can tighten this up a little bit. I like to make the corners just running through there, just a touch perceptually darker so we can really see them. Okay, so we have that. So we have the cube, a 2-point cube, and then we have our cylinder here in space. So we can start to relate these forms now to our lecture lesson, the cone, and also the pyramid. So let's see where these came from, right? So we have here to here, okay? So with the pyramid, it might be interesting to you. I could do it in a couple different ways. So I'll just sketch out first where they come from and how we can get them, and then we'll move on to a drawing with where they're in many different arrangements. So you see it in many different ways, and you can practice that. And then lastly, I'll tie them into a little bit of foreshortening so you can see them as well. So with the pyramid, I'll put down a 2-point base first, and I'm going to draw them in different procedures so you don't get stuck on one way to draw them. I think that's going to be important, in different shapes too as well. So I'll start out with a 2-point plane forming through here, and I'll kind of tighten it up, right? Through here and through here and through here, okay? And then what we can do is to bring up our vertical, we can find the center of that plane by drawing a crossing X here, right? See that? Okay? So then we can go just straight up vertical. I'll go about this far. Make sure we keep you in camera. Here, running through there. Okay, so that's a straight vertical coming from the center. So from the ends of our plane here, right? Okay, and end of our plane here, up to the center apex, to the end of our plane here, right? And if you want to get really technical, inside, I'll keep it lighter, right there, we have a pyramid, okay? So that's pretty easy, I think. It's not too bad to figure out, and that's a 2-point form because we have a plane going back this way, correct? And we have a plane going back that way in space to 2 different vanishing points where they converge out. Of course, I could put a little tone on this. You can see it, and I'll darken. Darken up this line a little bit so you can see it there. We can swing through. So these are good friends, these are good acquaintances too. I don't think they're as important as the cylinder, the cube, and the sphere. Because I think those are even more elementary than this one, but I think these are nice and relevant too. And then I'll tone this one down a little bit as well. So that's a 2-point pyramidal form. You have 4 sides. Of course, you can make a triangular-like pyramid too. Let's do one that's 1 point to show you a little bit difference in the base. And so we'll lay down a plane here. Okay, and then we'll bring it back in space this way. We'll flow back to an implied vanishing point in this way. We'll bring this one back here as well, right, to an implied vanishing point that way. And then I can cut off the end of where I think I want my depth to be, okay, of my plane. So we're drawing a plane that, in a sense, we could say is touching the ground, okay? All right, so we have that, and we have that. And we have that, right? And we have the back now. So we're good to go. So now let's draw a centering X, or crossing X, if you will, from one corner to the next, here to here, and then from back to front, okay? I'll put a little dot there that tells me that's where the center is. And now I can draw a straight line, nice 90-degree line up a little bit. Try to keep you in camera here. We'll go up, right about, oh, here's pretty good. Nice and straight line. You could angle it, but then the object is going to be off center, which is okay, I suppose. But for now, we'll keep it on center. So I'll mark kind of where I want my height to be. And then from the four corners of my plane, we'll draw, and see, I'm going to change this, because see how this aligns to the back? I don't want that to align so neatly. I'm going to make it a little shorter. I'm going to put it about right here, okay? So I can show you this alignment on the back end as we see through it. So I'll change my angle from this corner to this corner here. Do the front first, from this corner, the right corner, back to the top, right through there, okay? Now the backs we'll see a little bit, from the back right to the apex point here, and then from the back left to the apex point right through there, and then we'll darken these in a little bit, okay? And so now we have a one-point pyramid. Do you see the difference? This is flat across, right? And I haven't really gone into perspective. I have some older videos out there before we got the nice new equipment camera, and I'm going to redo all my perspective lectures, and then we're going to go much, much deeper over time. Just stay tuned out there and be patient. Be patient, and we'll get to some really in-depth kinds of things. So this is straight horizontal. That's one point. There's no convergence line. It's horizontal to the top and bottom picture plane. And you see how that goes back into space there, right? And so that takes us back to one vanishing point. So that's 1 point, and that's 2 point. And that's why they look a little bit different, but they're both four-sided pyramids. So I can give a little tone here. By the way, when you're toning down forms, boxes or cubes, if you have one light source coming from here, right? All planes will receive light differently. And the sides that receive the least amount of light, like this plane over here, will be the darkest plane, right in through here, okay? And I think that's important to understand. I'll get into that later too as well, but I did want you to see that as well. And so it's kind of a 1, 2, 3 step shading process. One, light, medium, and dark as well. But that's not as important right now. Okay, so we have the rudiments of where our pyramids come from. They come from the cubic box, in this case a 2 point, and then a 1 point through there as well. All right, so now let's discuss and demonstrate together the cone, and we'll put the cones out and through here, okay? So the first thing we'll do is, I'll show you, we'll draw a cylinder. We'll put it inside a cylinder. I could have put these inside a box, but I think you get the idea through here. So we'll draw the cylinder, and we'll keep it really light, sketchy, and we'll bring it down here and here. So there's the cylinder, okay? The next thing I want to do is find the general center right in through here. So there's my center, okay? Now I can bring that point up, and I better find the center here too to show you that. Here, in here, and there's a little dot, put a little dot there, right in through there, okay? And then I can bring a construction line up, center line, right in through there. It goes through those 2 dots. Make sure you do that. It's got to go through those 2 dots. You're good to go when you do that. Then after that, from the edge of our cylinder, okay, we're going to now, like Michelangelo, we're going to sculpt away the fat part of the cylinder, and we're going to bring it up to this apex, this true center, with a line here, okay, and a line angled to that here and here. I don't know what the angle of that is. Mathematicians, geometrists, that's even a word. Geometry students, you'll know it. It's been a long time since I've done geometry for a good reason. All right, and so what do you see now? You have the bases of our cone already. How about that? That's pretty technical and really, right, pretty easy. And now the next difference is that, remember, the pyramid and the cube, right, are boxy form. So cube, make sure you can see that cube. You know, they're box-like, and they have planes, right? And so they change really distinct directions really quickly. Well, the cylinder, in some cases, is what? It's like the sphere. And how is that? Well, it has a rounded body to it. Okay? It has that rounded, you know, kind of quality. And so what I mean is this area. That's a rounded, smooth surface. That's a rounded, smooth surface, correct? And so the same thing now happens with the cone. And so what we can say about that is this is a nice, smooth turn, right? And so all along the way, we get what? We get those nice ellipses throughout. So like the cylinder, the cone is a series of shaved ellipses. We're getting closer and closer to eye level, but they're still all open, right? So we have that. That's another nice influence of the cone, is these shaved ellipses that come out too as well. And remember, the ellipse is everywhere. And of course, we could shade this a little bit. So if the light source is coming from this direction, I might put my shadow tone down and through here. I'll kind of mark where the form shadow is going to be in through here. And I can start to shape. I like to, again, use my hard edge as an abutting device. So you kind of hear that, make that mark there. That means it's hitting against it. I can just keep a cleaner look, and then I can soften that up right in through there. And you could use your hand just to blend a little bit, and then to redraw and make it nice and more integral and clean looking. I'm not a big fan of over smudging, but you can use it a little bit to soften, as long as you give some, I think it gives some mark making back. The great masters, Rubens, Raphael, they all use smudging to a degree, Pontormo, but they didn't over smudge. And I could put a little foreshadow here, blend it a little bit, and bingo. Now we've got our nice cube sitting down. And if I wanted to, I could put a little cast, we'll put a little cast shadow out here, maybe coming in this direction, right? So it takes on the shape of the form, and through here, and that shadow. And we'll talk about true lighting situations later on. So again, we shaved off, right? We took off that, we took off this area, right, of the cone, and we gave it now a new positioning, okay? And so I think that's great. Now, you know, cones, cylinders can be 1 point, they can be 2 point. This is relatively just a static 1 point form. I don't really think of cones when I draw them as heavy duty 2 point. But I guess I could show you that a little bit and see how we could get that. So let's sketch out another plane or another cylinder that's a little bit more 2 point. And we can work with that together. We'll put it down on its side, and then we'll go on and we'll loosen this up a little bit, keep it a little bit more sketchy, and have a little bit more fun with it. It won't be quite as technical. The thing is that we want to use this in ways that are fresh and free and quick, I think, to a great degree. So let's put a cylinder down this way. So I'll start with an ellipse here, and we're going to go mostly in this direction where the arrow is, and through there, right? So we're going to go here with our ellipse, right? And we'll pull the cylinder back in this direction here. So that's our second direction. So we pull this way, right? And we pull in this way and that way. So we have that. This will get tapered a little bit as it goes back in space. This would taper if we had a thickness going that way. And then we can pull our ellipse back through here, okay? Through there. All right. So we have our beginning form there and through there, okay? So now we can pull kind of the same thing. We'll bring this back ellipse through a little bit. It's a little foreshortening too, right? Okay. In through here. And so let's bring down center line here, a center line over this way, right? Okay. Let's draw a straight line through. They'll meet up right in through here. So we're taking this cone, right, and we're turning it on its side. It's slightly coming at us, but a little bit more to the right, actually, through there. So there's my height right through here, or my length. There's my dot. Now watch this from the apex, right, down to the left and right, down below here, okay, and to here, right in through there. So let me tighten it up a little bit for you so you can see it. Right through there, and right through there. And we can start to curve that a little bit. Okay. Come over, come around. Keep that curved and through there. And there you go. There you have your cone now going in this direction. Of course, you can see the structure that we made it from. Then if I want to put it down on a table, maybe, or give it a little bit of light, I might show the light source coming from the top above this way, which puts the shadow curving. Remember, like the sphere curving over. So we can put our little form shadow here, nice and smooth, right? Gradated across a little bit. Coming in through here. and then we can start to see maybe there's a shadow coming down. So the shadow might move, and I'm just making up the shadow shape. It might do something kind of like this. And then we can put down a shadow base there. And there you go. Now you've got a cone laying down. Of course, we can give it a little bit of contouring around if we want, and through here, like so. Okay, so that's a cone sitting down. So let's move on to another set of drawings, and we'll just open this up and just draw a lot of pyramids and cones in a lot of different positions. Okay, so again, we got our antecedents here, where we came from, which was our cylinder, right? Here, which was rounder, and it was like a sphere to get to our cone. And of course, with our box form, cube box planes, and that gets us to our pyramid, which looks more geometric. Mostly, in this case. They both are. All right, so let's move on to another set of drawings.
Suffer as I have suffered. Die.
So let's do some more pyramids. All right, so let's move on to another set. Set of drawings. So let's do some more pyramids and cones and have a little bit of fun with it. And we'll do a lot of variety too as well. We'll take a look at some things. So let's do some more cones and just put it anywhere we want. And I might do a cone a little bit. Well, yeah, we'll do a cone a little bit different position. I was going to do a pyramid and I said cone. We'll do a cone. Okay. And we'll use less of the intensity of the technicality that we did last time. So I might take a cone here and then just put it in this direction, right? Just take it, okay, shape it down, maybe curve it out a little bit. They don't have to be so pointy unless you want them to be. They can be all kinds of things, and you can use cones for, gosh, anything you want, drawing hats or drawing rockets or satellites or whatever it is that you want to draw. But it's just another form that you can use to control objects, both imagined, right, and real. And they can be very loose and very sketchy too. It gives you kind of freedom in there. And I'll just put a little tone traveling across the side of that too as well. I might tighten this up just a little bit here. Okay, down and through. Just to give a little bit of crispness, hard edge to it there. Okay, so there's one there. Let's do one where, make sure we're in the camera here. It's a little lower, let me bring that down for you. There you go. Be nice if you can see it, right? Right there. Okay. So let's bring another one here. And we could bring that down. So I might start out with an ellipse, and then it looks kind of like the letter T. And I might bring it to this point and through here. Then I could, well, let me just freehand sketch it. Here, I'm thinking about there to there. Okay, and I can tighten it up here. Right, tighten it up here. So sketch along with me. Keep up, or you can slow down. It's either way. Stop it. And then when you get comfortable, you'll be able to sketch your own in no time. So that's the trick. You need that ellipse. You've got to have that ellipse, right? And you should get the habit of, when you're sketching, doing this later on lighter, is feeling these elliptical contours in and out of the form of the cone. Right, so here's the back of it, here's the front. Then you can do the same thing in here, right here. Bring the front can be darker. Lighter ones can kind of disappear. Front darker contour. You like concentric rings here and here. And also up and through and down this way. And of course that overlaps and through here, so you start to see that even further. I might bring this in, make this a little cleaner for you. That's the kind of the center that we got going back and through there. So get in the habit of doing that quite often, where again you're drawing in the inside of that. I may not do it every time, but if you'll do that, I think you'll be happier that you did, because you're learning how to control and feel that 3D, that three-dimensionality, right, that you want, and you want to get in your drawings. No matter if you're a designer, an artist, a fine artist, etc. You want to have these tools under your belt. So let's do another cone. And let's see, let's put that cone maybe over here, and we'll give it just a slight tilt. So here's true horizontal. We'll give our ellipse just a slight tilt. Okay, Sometimes I put a little dot, and that's okay. That's where I want the fullness of my ellipse to be, right in through there. And I can say, okay, I want the height to be right in through there. Okay, and then I can take my points here and points here to there to tighten up those ends. And you can round it if you want. Bring that to include. That looks like a satellite or a kind of a space dish of some sort, a capsule on the end of a rocket engine. And through here, so we have our cone there, and I can put a little tone on it and through here, like so. Maybe put some on the back side and through here, if I want to. Curve that around, get that through, like that. And if you smudge a little bit, you can just take your eraser. Since it's nice and hard charcoal, it's not too bad, too dominant through there. So use these drawing tools, the cube, the sphere, the cylinder, the cone, the pyramid, in fresh ways. Draw all kinds of imagined objects. Later on, we'll do a smash-up drawing in another video where we combine objects. That was another recommendation. And we can do that and show you all kinds of ways to combine forms, both imaginative and real. So I could play off this one. I could play off its opposite. I could do this, right? So I could play this movement against that movement, and I could draw my ellipse here. Right? We could do that. Then I could say, instead instead of coming here, all of a sudden, we could go downward. Ooh, how about here to here? Make it maybe a little bit shorter. Make all kinds of different short, stocky ones, long, thin ones. So the point is to get lots of variety and see what the possibilities are as you're growing your artistic vision in your mind. And boy, the earlier you can start something like this, you know, the better. And so what we're going to get to with this one is this one's going to be open. And what do I mean by that? Remember we talked about earlier, this is closed, you know, this is opaque, so I'm showing you that we see through it a little bit just to show you the ellipse, but this one's truly open where we're looking down on this plane in through here. So this line I can make even darker, right in through there. Here's our curved plane coming down in through here, so I can run this across as it's cut through, and then this, this cylinder type smooth surface comes across, right, this way. And goes back in space. A little bit darker on this edge, we can make it for now if we want, because it turns right in this direction. And of course this one turns right in that direction too. And so we can make it a little bit darker in through there, and maybe leave a little reflected light on the edge of it, make this a little bit stronger shadow, if you want it to. Right in through. Right in through there, then I can come across, clean up this edge a little bit. So we have another cone. We just played with the direction. Up, down, closed, and open. Excuse me, too, as well. So let's put some more cones, starting with the ellipse. Okay, maybe I'll go in this direction, so I'll find my center really quickly. Here's my center. Which way do I want it to go? It needs to be from this line. It needs to be generally 90 degrees. Excuse me, got a little tickle there. It needs to be 90 degrees, so I'll put a little 90 degree mark in through there. And so for my edges, here and here, the end of the ellipse, right, the ellipse there, right in through to the top of the cone, here and here. You can start to sketch that even further, and then we can start to come around nicely with our edge. You want this nice and curved all the way through. You never want it to end in a point like that, in a point like that. You want it to curve. Always be curving. A, B, C. A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. You always want to be curving in that edge sense, in that way. So that's important. So we get that through here. We can put a little tone up and around. We want this to go nice and around our form through here. Like so. Shade it this way or give it tone. Either way. Here I do length, and this here is width. You can do one or the other, or you can do a little both and blend them, make it smooth. If you force the cross hatching too much, you might miss the point of the roundness of the object, so just be careful with that. It's important to know. And I'll make this darker, so then you can start to see that turn a little bit more, catch that edge of our cone-like form. Here, and down and over, and through there. Okay, so let's do some more. Let's do one where I'll find the height first, right? So I'll do it this way. So I can do it that way, change the procedure up a little bit, and then I can do my ellipse like so. Okay, and then how long do I want to make my cone? Do I want to make it really short? Do I make it really long like that? I'll just end it right there. I'll put a point down, and I'll connect edge to edge. Here and here, and there and there. Look at that, bingo. Yeah, oops, get my drawing board straight. And you can see that, catching through here and here. Okay, and over. So I don't think it's hard stuff, but I do think it's important stuff, and it's going to be important when you draw objects from your imagination or from reality. Not just if I see a cone, I have to draw a cone, but if I might see a difficult mechanical structure that I need to draw, either observational or from your imagination, and you're probably going to need a cone at some point, or some type of cone based off the cylinder. I'll put a little toning in through here, shading if you will, or value if you will. Blend that if you want down, and kind of clean that up. And we'll give that a little tighter edge into here. Let me make this a little bit darker. Give it a nice little reflected light there. And then we have another cone now tilting in that direction. Let's keep on going. Let's draw something long and thin. So I might say, okay, let's do a cone in this direction, right? So maybe I want its length to be here, maybe to here. Maybe it's going to go in this direction outward, right? We can do something like that. And so maybe it's going to be shorter. And so I might start to think about putting my ellipse here, okay? Something like that. Just get a feel for that center. You don't have to draw that line, but just want to get a feel for it, where it's at. This is not quite at 90, so I'll just kind of adjust that over, okay? I might say, okay, there's where I want my point. Let's say, okay, from the outer boundaries of my ellipse here and here, right? I've got my cone, and boom, already we're set in. I'll make it a little tighter and sketchier, or clearer and sketchier, actually keep it loose. So I can come in now with my ellipse in through here. This could be like a party hat, a birthday party hat, or it could be a horn, or whatever it's going to be. And we can put that cone in through here, and over. Down in through here, I could round it out. Through here if I wanted. Right in through there, okay. Might give that a more planar expression. Through here. Tighten up a little bit, and then we can shave this side off, some hatching lines. Through there. And if I wanted to put the light source on it, maybe have a light source coming in this direction and through here, and that gives maybe over here a little bit of shadow. Okay, and then we could put it maybe down on something, put a little cast shadow on it. Maybe from here to here that does something like this. And we'll just catch our cast shadow like that. Whoops. Get your cast shadow like so. And then we can tighten this up. Yep. Then we can just group all these shadows together. Watch. So we can group our little form shadow here on our object and our cast shadow on this little table or whatever it's perceived to be on, cone itself. Okay. We can connect them together. See how we just lay them in together really, really quickly in through here. And then I'll put a little core shadow on this cone. Keep it softer. We want to keep this edge in through here smooth. It's turning, right? It's turning, it's turning, it's turning, turning. So that's got to be smooth. All this has to be smooth, actually. Once it's smooth, blended edge. You can work it this way a little bit. And then we'll catch our cast shadow underneath it. And where the cast shadow is closest to the cylinder edge, we'll make that a little bit darker, right in through here. And now I'll bring my edge, make it a little bit crispier. And I'll vary that line weight a little bit. I never keep the line weight, try not to keep it the same width or thickness for too long. And through here. And then we can fade that cast shadow. The further it comes out, the cast shadow comes out to this edge here, I'll go a little bit lighter. So dark and a little bit lighter. Dark, a little bit lighter. Light is always in flux. We haven't talked about light with our lessons, video lessons, basics yet, but we'll get there too. Properties of light, you can call them laws of light, or light reality, or whatever you want to, Bud Light, or whatever you want to call them. Rules of light. I like to call them properties of light. We'll get into that later. And then, since the light source is over here, I might make this core shadow just a little bit more intense. Right in through here and fade it off just a little bit. And we can catch this edge right through here. I'm going to take my Sharpie. Just give it a nice little kick. Go back, moving in that direction and moving back in that direction. And then we can also do a little bit of toning right in through here to make this form turn away from us and go back, right, go back in this direction. Which is important too as well. Right in through there, a little bit darker. Not as dark as a core shadow. In through here. Right in through where I'm drawing now. This is your core shadow, the darkest part of the shadow. And we can turn that. So we get a nice turn of our cone-like object. Then we can darken this in a little bit further. So let's do another one over here. Let's see which direction we want to push it. Maybe down this direction. So it's at a slight tilt. Okay. Free-handed or use your ruler running through here. Maybe this length, and I want to make it about from here. Okay, to here. Right? But maybe I want to cut it off. Maybe I want to cut it off here and make it nice and round. Right in through there. So it's kind of a blunted kind of cone here to there. Alright, we get our edge in through there. This could turn, right? This could turn. These could turn. And keep on turning. A little bit more turn as we get to right there. Nice and important as well. So I think we get a good idea of, hopefully, the kind of constructive, imaginative power that is the cone, that can be the cone in your drawing. Practice all the time, and it will pay off for you in such great dividends that you'll be rewarded with better figure drawings, better imaginative drawings, and drawings that come alive in ways that you'll truly surprise yourself at the power of your technical prowess that you never knew you had when you start to master this stuff and you want to draw a tower or a building or abstract formations out of your mind or plants or whatever it's going to be. And it gives you confidence. the cone gives you confidence. They're confidence builders. The cone and the pyramid, just like the cube, the sphere, and the cylinder. That's what I'll call this lesson. We'll call it the confidence builders, the cone and the pyramid. How about that? Okay, let's do a couple more down and through here maybe, and then we'll go on to some pyramid drawings. Let's do a cone here where it's coming almost right at us, like it's foreshortened. Okay. And I'll bring it here. What we're going to do, bring it whole. Okay. If it's coming almost right at us, we're looking right a little this a bit more. Here. Let's see what that looks like. Never. I like that. That's about what they are. Foreshortening compared to what we have right here too. All right. So we put it down the table, and we turned it just a little bit to help us out with that. So if I did a little cursory shading here, I might put the shading down in through here. I can put it down on the ground a little bit. The bottom of the shadows might look something like this. Cast shadow there, and then form shadow coming down like so. And of course we have this coming across like so. And this I would even argue we need to turn in a little further. See how they got a little pointy on this edge where I cut that off? Just to shave that off just a little bit more. I think will help right in through there. Maybe take my charcoal and go back, soften that up just a little bit, right through there. Okay. And there you go, we have a cone and foreshortening. All right, so let's go on now to the pyramid and see what we can do with that with some more views. Okay, let's do some pyramids. So let's build some confidence and control with the pyramid and And it's all kinds of varieties in through here. So let's change up a little bit of some viewpoints here. So let's start with one maybe over here, and we'll go in this direction. So I'll start one here. We'll do a 2-point kind of plane down. So I'll have this here, vertical here. We'll put a 2-point plane down in through here. Again, you'll find your center in through there, right? Okay. And so we'll move it in this direction. So I'll make the edge of my, the height of the pyramid on its edge, on its turn, about right in through there. So I'll bring the points that we see, we'll bring it here, okay? We'll bring this here, and we'll bring this down here. And then, of course, we'll bring this top right side all the way through and over, like so, okay? And then we'll bring our front out, make these lines a little bit darker so you can see them here and there. So we drew inside and out, which is important to see, okay? All right, so there we have our first pyramid laying down that way, and I'll give it a little bit of tonal expression. Come over here. Put a little tonal hatching on. Go back and clean this up a little bit. You can kind of softly cross hatch it, not too harsh in the case of at least this charcoal technique through here. And I can build this edge a little stronger. Shadow tends to congregate in the edges more so, in a general sense, leaving the light in the center, but softly so. This is a kind of general sort of properties of light or sketching. Good sketching practice, I suppose, and through here. And then we'll make this one a little bit lighter over here. Lighter plane, and through there. Okay, so now we have a pyramid sitting down on the ground. We've tilted it through. So let's do another one. We'll go maybe in this direction. I'll start a little bit different procedure. Here, here. Maybe I want to build this edge that way. Build this in through here. Build this down and over, like so. Okay, and then I can build, here's my height, and through here. Maybe I want to build that through. So I just had an idea of a direction, just started sketching it, and then started tightening everything up into its formations, if you will. Through here and through here, and through there, nice and sketchy. Try to keep this line varied if you can, those technical lines, if you want to draw them. And then just think it looks kind of nicer, but you want to keep some variation. This is lighter in through here, right? See that? Just showing you the inside to make sure that you can see that. You draw. Marking that in so we can see that. Then I can put some tone here on this edge, or this plane, excuse me. Here. So the coarse shadows tend to congregate, or darker shadows too, along the edges, and they lighten up as reflected light bounces up into them. Through here. Just emphasize this direction in that way. It's a planar kind of thing. And there we go. Let's go on to some more here. So we can vary the height, the size. We can vary the angle a little bit. So let's do something maybe. Well, let's see. We'll go up. We'll tilt this direction. Maybe like this. A little 1-point plane through here. Then I'm thinking, okay, here's my center. This one will do that. Do I want it to go up? Do I want it to go this way? There's so many different ways I could go. Maybe we'll make it go slightly up a little bit, maybe to here, just slightly to there. And there's where the total height will be. All right, well, so I can start to formulate to here, right? To there, and now to my back corner and through here. And let's tighten this up. Now, what I don't like about this is that, see how this seems off? It doesn't seem, the height seems strange, so I would actually bring it more to here. So let's do that. So I can just change it. I'll show you. In through here to about right here, I think is a better view. Maybe looks a little bit more in perspective, a little bit better. And then I can take my eraser and we can knock this back a little bit so we can see it as we sketch. Through here, right? So we can alter that. And we can come back and say, okay, to here, to there. So don't be afraid to change if you don't like it. I didn't like that one. So a little bit straighter, maybe running through there. Then we can go to our pyramidal bases here, and there, and then back up to there. I think that'll be good. Then we can sketch it through a little bit. Yeah, a little bit cleaner, a little bit better look. Okay, now we can tighten this up there, and to there. Okay, keep it fresh, keep it loose. To there. And then we can say, okay, where do I want my light source to be? Well, okay, let's make the light source coming over here where my hand is up and then this direction. So I'll put a little, kind of a light marking arrow. This will make this the lightest plane in through here. This will make these two a little bit darker. And if we could see through in the back where this plane is, right here, at this triangle, that's our back. That would make it the darkest, but we won't be able to see that. So what we can do now is to make these two planes medium dark here. Okay. I'll just start to begin to tone them in just to show you. Alright, and then also here on the right, we can make this plane a medium dark too, but for variety's sake, I would make one darker than the other. I'm going to make this back one a little darker than the left one or the front one, the one closest to us. Here. So I can get a kind of feel for the overall plane, and then to make it a little bit more dimensional, I can come over, sorry if I got my head in the way, and I can come over, darken that line, and then darken where those crevasses, along this edge and the corners a little bit. Be careful, you want to blend it as best you can. And if I was doing this on my own without the camera angle, I would turn my paper 360 so I could get a lot more control, but that makes shooting a little chaotic. And through here, so it gives a nice little, see how it hovers a little bit, you've got a little wavering in there which works nicely, and then I'll give the same effect over here, but make it a little bit lighter. Kind of a lighter effect. It means overall, this overall plane is lighter than this one, but it has the same effects of a little bit darker value along the edges sometimes, and the crevasses or the points of where the planes come together. Of course, you can spend lots of time rendering this out, but we'll keep it brief. Practice the pyramid and the cone to build confidence and control. Should be a challenge. Confidence, control, and challenge yourself even further. So we could build a cast shadow a little bit, maybe this way, across the edge of this pyramid. Can you see that? Can you visualize it there? Right? And then maybe across the edge, like so. And so we start to give that even more depth, right, and dimension across there. Make it a little bit darker. Bring this edge out to there a little bit. Can tighten up these cast shadow edges, especially as they get closer to the form and they can fade a little bit as they get away from us. And then I might bring some tone, just a little tone on this, just to take some of the lighter bite out. All right, let's move on to some more pyramids. Have fun with the pyramid. It's pretty much a blast. So we can take, well, let's say a 2-point pyramidal kind of form, maybe more rectangular like this, right here. Okay, maybe, and then maybe here. So I'll find it that way. And I can tighten it up just a little bit, put some sketchy lines through here to here, okay, and there to there, like so, okay, all right, and then we can find our center, okay, right, you want to do that, you can, or you can approximate it. Sometimes you don't get, like I did over here, didn't get it right, I had to change it. Here's our center, so we'll go true vertical down, like so, 90 degrees really from there if you want. So true vertical. How deep do we want to make it? How long do we want to make it? Really short? We can make a really short one like this if we wanted, right? We could bring that over and through there. I'll make it about this long. So from our points here and here, and I'm only going to draw the ones that we see, not this one. From our points to our top apex here, right, and then here, all the way over, a little bit longer view there, and then over on this side, the left side over to our point there. We start to see our pyramid come together nicely and through here. So we have that, okay. We have that working for us there. Okay. Where they come together, even just lines. See how I make that apex point where all the planes come together? See how it brings you in more so than here? You could do it a little bit more here. You could do it more here and kind of taper the line like we did in contour. A little bit more darker and then fade a little bit. See how that brings your attention to these points? Because they bring, it's strong change. We have more than 2 planes coming together, which is really distinctive. You can make that nice and dark. You could do it with a ruler, or you could just do it with your hand, whichever is more convenient. I like to sketch with a hard edge, but you can notice my sketches are not, hopefully they're not too stiff. They are geometric in a sense, but I keep them loose and lively. I don't want you to create Dead sketches. That sounds weird, dead sketches. Sketches that aren't alive in a sense with touch of the hand. All right, so we have coming up the points here and here, okay? All right, so let's get busy analyzing a little bit of light. So where do you want your light source to be? So we could put it in any direction that we want, okay? We could put it here, shining down. We could put it here, shining over. We could put it here, shining over. I think what I'm gonna do is put it here, right, which we haven't had already, so I'm gonna put it here, a little arrow mark there. So that's gonna make this plane the lightest, this left plane. So that'll be my one plane. I can make this either 3 or 2 or 2 or 3, meaning that medium to dark light planes, right? So I'm gonna make this plane 2 here, and I'm gonna make this plane 3 in through here. Now there's a 4th plane back here, right, that we don't see, which is fine. We can draw this line through, that would make that plane there, but we don't see it. So what that means is that when we have this type of shading, I call it 1, 2, 3 step shading. What does that mean? Light, medium, and a dark plane, okay? When you have the same plane of an object with one light source, when you have same plane, same value. Well, since we have 3 planes and the light source is moving in this direction, we're going to have 3 planes in 3 different values. This is going to be medium dark, and this is going to be darker, and this will be my lighter plane. So a quicker way to expedite this process is to lay in with your value. And notice I'm kind of using the conductor method of holding my pencil. I can lay in my value here. I can bring this edge to here if I want. Kind of abut it, like so. And I can do that here in this plane all in one shot. So bring your medium value to both planes, because plane number 3 is going to be darker anyway. Well, go ahead and do them all together. And notice I'm value toning. I'll show you another trick too, is you can run your value. Look how I'm running off the edge here. Just run it off the edge. It looks like, oh, he's being sloppy. Oh no, terrible craftsmanship. He's not coloring within the lines. Well, there's a reason why I'll show you, especially with soft charcoal. We can do that like so. You get a nice, fresh, loose, but controlled shading technique going right already. Then you can take your eraser, right, and your ruler, line up your edge, and just kill all that off, take it all off. So nobody's worse for wear and tear, right? Running through here, and look at that, you're good to go. And nice clean edge, and clean that up. And then you can take your straight edge and make that line a little crisper. That's kind of sketchy. All right, then we do the same thing. So we have medium value here, right? Okay, now we want to get one step darker through here. All right, so we'll go here again, and we'll do the same thing, but we'll go now just a little bit darker, and I'll take it back over that line again, because I can kill that back off. And so you just run it off the edge, keeps it nice and fresh. And now I'm going to shade also with the idea in mind that we're going to move shadow and light across this a little bit better. So shadow will congregate in the corners a little bit better, or a little bit darker, darker, a little bit more. Like so. And you can hear that tick, 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 tick mark, that just me hitting the edge of the abutting of the ruler. So I'm doing them both ways. I'm just doing it a different way on this side. So I'll take this over, and I'm taking great pains to leave the interior of my pyramid a little lighter. So light skipping, it's doing a nice skip dance. Skip the light fandango. It's doing a light skip dance across the form. There's light's in flux and it's moving, and we want to keep this moving and grooving a little bit. We can make this darker down and through here, really nice and dark to a point. And then we can take, again, your ruler or your hard edge, line that up to your edges here and here. And then you can take your this kneaded eraser. In this case, you could use a white Staedtler eraser if you want to as well. Either way is fine. And just clean this off. Clean up that edge a little bit, right? That's what's great about charcoal. So now it's a little extra technique to show you through there. Take that, clean it off, and if you have your trusty brush, you can brush it off, or you can use your breath, or I've used air devices if you need them at times for more specific kind of advanced things. So we have that, and then we can come over and control this through here, like so. And see how I make a darker line where it's the darker value, even push that even more. I can push this even further, like so. And we want to do it on all 3 sides, even the light side. So let's now put in our number 2 plane of our pyramid, let's put a little bit more darker value along the edges here. And I'll come across and draw over them, and I can erase this out. Remember, we want to keep this overall plane lighter than number 3 plane, right? And through here just a little bit more. And then this edge, I'm keeping a very light touch with my pencil. I'm just stroking it across, okay? And along this edge down in through here. You take this out and over, even into the white space of the number 1 plane, just fine. Powerful stuff here. Okay, Then I can take my ruler and my edge, and we can take this off, and I'll take my Staedtler eraser here. I can get a little tighter edge, just to show you differences. Take that off here, and here and there. Okay. There we go. And then we can do it down at the bottom here. Just bring this edge across. Or you could use your eraser shield, right? Remember that one? I've got this here. You could use the blunt end of it, just lay that over, like so, and erase it over. How about that? So we got a little extra technique there. Different tool, same kind of process. You could clean these up if you wanted through there. My drawing. Or you could do this drawing. You may not use charcoal. You might use ballpoint pen or something different. Try to use the same materials. That would be smart. I can clean up any smears and smudges I have later on. Work on your craftsmanship. Make sure your craftsmanship is clean and precise. And even though it's sketch, I get that, but it's the difference between clean drawing and a smudgy one. And then I can go back and catch my edges a little bit and through here. And I can still work that a little bit further if I want. I could go back and see that a little bit more. We go a little shade. I turn my pencil and they come with plane number, well, just a little. Okay, over into the edge over here, and they sit nice and smooth. And I can contour a little bit darker in this lighter corner, a little bit darker in this, and I can take to use my brush. And I can the tool against that. There's four pyramids. I think you get the idea of what we're trying to do here with these structures. So the cone and the pyramid are confidence builders, confidence and control. That's the name of them. That's what you're looking for. And you can take I could take Sharpie here, and we could do a little bit of contouring around just to show even extra kind of things that go on here, right? Moving in this direction. So we have this nice way of showing planes moving here, so everything is moving right in these kinds of directions, just to get that deep sense of contour that you want. Then we get plane number one, moving back, and we're really working with, and we're emphasizing this structure here, this 2-point kind of structure going back in this direction, right? And then we're going back in this direction. Good feeling. The pyramid, there's your confidence and your control and your, okay? All right, so I'll take a lot of these weird and maybe funky kinds of subforms and work complex kinds of forms. So these are the building blocks, your three best friends, the cube, the sphere, the cylinder, and I would think you're drawing buddies to the cone and the pyramid. All right, see you next time. Bye-bye. Hey everybody, and welcome back to the Drawing Database. Today we're going to look at how to go find your three best friends in a game of hide and seek. Okay, well what does that mean? Well, it's your job as an artist to be able to take these simplified forms and to visualize them in more complex setups and arrangements. So today is about a kind of hide, right, and seek. Not really literally, but in a way that shows off form, okay? So we're talking about the cube and the sphere, right, and the cylinder. And of course, there's always the cone. Yep. And then also, of course, the pyramid in your studies too, to go back and look and find these in complex objects. So we're going to be looking at today a lot of more complex still life arrangements. We won't draw the actual full still life. That'll be in a composition section for later, coming up soon, but we're going to break down more complex objects, and I'm going to show you how we can start to think through something that's more complex and how we can look at it and build upon cubes, spheres, cylinders, and sometimes cones, and also pyramids. Okay, so today I'm using a Cintiq Wacom tablet, which is a nice simulation for actual drawing. I've used different kinds of Wacom tablets, the Intuos smaller one, where you don't see the screen when you draw so much, and then this one today we have one where you can actually draw on the screen. So if you can ever give yourself a variety of different methodologies to draw from, that's great. I'm also using Powell brushes today, and I'm using more of an oil color set, which I kind of like to draw with, actually. And I'm going to be using two colors, the C72143 that's popping up on the screen for my underdrawing, and then we'll tighten things up with a black, which is a 050 505 color as well, essentially down here at the bottom of the screen to the far left. So that's what's going on. All right, so let's get started drawing some more complex forms using the sphere, the cylinder, and the cube, and our three best friends. Let's go find them out. So the first thing we're looking at is this blue object in our complex arrangement, this glassy vase. And the first thing I see is kind of a two-point cube. And it looks a little bit like this, okay? So it's standing up, and we're standing over it. And this is what I'm seeking out. It's hiding from me a little bit, right? So this visual form looks a lot like this, and it's the most basic component. Now, I see the curves, and I see the glassy substance. I see all that cool jazz, right? But at its essence, I see that. That's what I'm seeking out first, is this nice, complex, or simplified, two-dimensional box form. I also see later on a skinny kind of cylinder as well that's going to look, I better connect it so you'll see that. A skinnier tube that's going to look something like that, right? So I can connect that as well. So those are going to be really the two main forms of this form that we're going to draw in space and in perspective. So I know you can master those if you've been working along and working hard at it. You're gonna be able to see those in composition. And something to remember: this form that we're drawing, this blue vase, is going to be in two-point perspective. Now we haven't gone into, there's not too many formal lessons I've given in two-point. We will later on, but just know that it moves to a plane this way and then also to planes this way. And of course we're looking on top of it a little bit too. That's really important to realize as well. Okay, so let's get started drawing this form, and let's see how we do a little bit. Maybe I can move this over, maybe somewhat, maybe down a little bit, give us plenty of room to work here. Okay, so what do I look for? Well, I'm looking at that boxy form over here, right? That's the first thing I look for. So let's start to sketch it out a little bit, and let's feel our way through this form. So I'm going to bring this top of it over to here, right? And then over here, okay? Right through there, okay? And if I want, I could tighten it up with a ruler in through here, kind of like so. Now it's hidden behind a little bit of that cloth, which is a good thing because you're always not going to get a perfect view, so you have to imagine your views through that, and I think that's important too. Okay, so let's bring down the height of this form. Okay, so the first thing we'll look at is, forget about the curve for now. We can imagine that, and we will draw that very soon coming out. So the first thing I see is this kind of movement, right, coming back down, which kind of gets us back over into there, correct? So if I draw them even longer and lighter, it's going to look like something like that. So they're moving down here in space like that, like so. So we're moving back in this direction, and we're moving back in this direction, okay? So now we can start to feel our form kind of coming together a little bit. So we can start to feel that curve through. Now, one thing I might look for is the center. The true center of this form is off a little bit, so we're going to see a little bit more of the left than we do the right. So that center of that form is about right in through there. It's pushed over just a little bit, okay? So now let's start to feel the curvature of that form a little bit, which gives us our true kind of frontal length even further, but also our width too as well. So if we see this coming down here, then we can start to feel this moving down. This is like a big cylinder set on its side, right, over and through here. So there's your friend. It's also an ellipse. So we're seeing something kind of like that, right? And then we're going to see this connect this way. All right, so let's start bringing this down here. It starts to come in and flatten out just a little bit through here and on over. So we can see that. Okay, and then we can see this move in this direction and then back up and over here. And then it connects back up and over with our straight line through here. So we have that coming through.
and over. So now we can start to see its slight beginning of its complexity with our form here, okay? And it connects up and through here, and then it has its height coming up. So we start to see that. All right, so now moving over to the side a little bit, we can start to feel this side area right in through here, moving over diagonally a little bit, okay? Then it's going to start to bring up its curve in through here and get a little bit thicker right in through here. So I can come out, sketch a little bit, come on up, right in through here. You can keep it loose. We can start to curve these a little bit, and through here. Come on through. Take that over. Okay? So now we have a modified box form. So we're using the box form over here. We used a little bit of the cylinder, and we used this underneath kind of curve, didn't we? Right in through here. So around. So that took us on a journey up and over. Now, if we were looking through this a little bit to help you with structure, right, we would see something like that. We can kind of see through that glass a little bit. We see that a little bit, right? And this would connect back up in through here. I hope you can see that. That's very important later on to see. Of course, this curves a little bit. This will curve. This can curve in through here as well. Okay? So we have that. Now what we want to do is start to put on the top of our box through here. Let's move it. I'll move up a little bit so we can start to see that. There we go. You can start to see that a little better. So now we want to put on the top and also the bottom of our box. So let's do that. Let's move up here so we can see this a little bit closer. So we're looking at now this top planar view, right, of our boxy vase that we're going to turn into more of a vase, correct? So now we want to put that cylinder on top. There's a couple things I do to think through it, just very quickly and intuitively. I've got this going on to kind of find my true center. Right in through here, corner to corner. Here's where I could bring that up, just very lightly. A lot of times I don't even draw that, but watch how this is like a pyramid now. See how this starts to come up? We feel this, okay? We feel this. When I mean feel it drawing, we start to see it come up a little bit, and through here, it starts to curve. So there's a modification going on. And what we're really saying is we start to see a little bit of a pyramid, right, emerge too as well, kind of like that coming up in space. All right, so we see that. Then we start to see this edge over through here start to curve and come back up ever so slightly in this direction. And we see a little bit over here. Now, we have that cloth in the way. So I'm going to pretend like that cloth is not there, and I think that's important for you to start to get, is you want to imagine forms through objects, through cloth, etc., as if they weren't there sometimes. You have to do that. Then you can add the cloth on later, too, as well. All right, so we have that feeling, right, coming up. Then what's our next form that we need here to finish out? Well, we need a tube, right? We need a cylinder. So we're going to go back to our trusty cylinder form, one of our friends that we're seeking out that's slightly hiding from us, and we're going to make that friend manifest, right? So we're going to start to pull out a tube now. Our tube friend or cylinder, right? And we're going to connect that to the top of our pyramid, right? Right in through there. So we need it right in through here. So the next drawing problem for this vase is where do we put it on, okay? Well, you can start to see the curve emerge right here, don't you? Right in through there is where that bottom, and just start to fit it on. Let it fit in through. Now this comes around a little bit as these come through, but the ellipse starts to fit right in through. Don't be afraid to be sketchy with it, to be loose with it, because I'm going to show you, we'll go back and we'll tighten this up in a little bit with our black tone. So you can see this form emerging a little bit better. So, and as you're working, you can start to kind of relate, okay, how am I doing top to bottom as well? Move, step back from your drawing, take a look at it and see how things are going, and then go back to a specific point as you draw further, okay? All right, so let's go back and let's put this stem or the cylinder on our form even further now. So we're coming in through. The next thing I want to feel is the verticality of our cylinder. So I'll start to draw it up through here. It feels pretty good right up in through here, right? Get a feel for that. Sometimes I'll use a ruler. I'm using a ruler. I'm not using the shift button on the Wacom tablet. I'm just using a ruler because I think it's nice to have that true connection and control. Now, the next thing I look for is where to end the top of our cylinder, right? So I'm looking over about right here. See where my cursor is? That's where that ellipse is. So right in through here, it's lower than you think. That bottom lip, kind of right in through here as we come across, right? This comes over. So we're bringing this through. We're bringing this ellipse through in here. Okay, it's like a donut, basically, right? It's like drawing a donut form. And so now we have an open, wider view. See where I'm starting to practice where I want my line to go? That's one thing I like about the Wacom tablet. You can see my eye, and you can see my thinking as I go across. You can't always see that with a regular pencil. So I think it's good to show you guys out there, my students and then YouTube land students, different tools to draw with. And a lot of my students are already Wacom tablet experts here at NKU, or at least they think they are. But I like the cockiness. There's no shortage of cockiness in the art world, right? So I'm bringing down my tube. The bottom part of the flask, you can see it connects a little bit lower, probably right in through here. Okay, right in down below. So we're going and seeking out our best friends, our cylinder, our sphere, and our boxy form. Okay, so let's finish out this top, and I'm just thinking about the thickness of my donut right in through here. Right here. I wish I had a donut. That sounds good about right now. All right, so we've got our donut form in through here. Okay. And I'm going to undertone this line a little darker here so you can see it come out. Bring this over, make my mistakes, bring it over. I'm going to try not to erase much, if at all. I don't like to erase much. And I try to tell my students, let your mistakes show through. It's a good thing. Okay, so we've got that opening in through there. So we can now see the inside part of it as we're looking down on, right, the elliptical part in through here. So we've got a cylinder here. We've got a pyramidal form in through here. This kind of connects up, and it straightens right in through there. So we have a pyramid. Then we have a nice boxy form. So let's take a look at this thing in through here. Maybe we'll pull out just a little bit so we can see it further. And we're getting close, aren't we? We're getting close to finishing this form out. Whoops, come back here. There we go. So we're getting close to finishing this form out. So what do we need now? We need the base. So let's put our base on, and let's go in a little bit with our view, get a little bit closer to it. I'll move it over so we can see it. So let's put our base on now. So we'll go back to our brush form. And so you see that Christmas tree ball ornament that's in our way. That's a good thing. We just know that's a sphere, right? No big deal. It's in our way. Forget about it. Forget and pretend like it's not there. We've got enough information, we can finish that out. So this bottom pedestal form is really a curved small box. Okay, what do I mean by that? Well, it's going to be something like this over here. It's going to look like that, maybe to that. So it's a little pedestal. So it's another 2-point form attached to it in glass, like this. Okay, here's our box. And just, of course, it's going to curve downward a little bit. It's going to come over here. It's going to curve, right? Just do that over. It's going to curve in this way and do that. And of course, we can go back and tighten that up. And so now we're going to attach that. So hopefully also you're seeing how sculpture kind of driven drawing can be when you want to think in the three-dimensional. Now there's flat aspects of drawing that I think are beautiful too, but just for right now, we're thinking about getting three-dimensional. And by the way, yes, it is harder when you're working on a three-dimensional. All right, so we have that. Let's put this pedestal on and let's tighten up our vise. All right, so I see the corner about right here. So I'm going to draw a little line in my mind. I see the other corner where it's going to attach here. I'm going to draw it longer so you just see what I'm thinking. Here, here, and back over here where it probably attaches to as well. Another thing later on, if an object gets hidden, you can before you set it down, pick it up, look at it, and put it in your composition, study it a little bit before you get involved in it. So what I see is this. I see this movement here, right? Okay, this is a little bit wider. Okay, it's going to come back over there. And so it attaches about, there's a vertical there, it attaches here, there's a vertical here. Okay, it goes back in space here, and I'm assuming it attaches here. There's so much in the way that I have to rely on just drawing knowledge and my intuition. Now you're like, what if I don't have intuition? Gain it. You've got to gain it over time. Make your mistakes, make your errors. Don't live and die with the drawing. So the next thing I see is a little extra line width here, okay? That means this would come out in that direction. So what's happening is this curves, remember this curves down like it did over here, right? And over here. So this curves down. This is going to curve down a little bit, like so, okay? And then we're going to connect up here and finish out the bottom part of this vase about, right in through there. It'll look like so, okay? Right in through there. And there. And then we'll do the same thing here on the left side, okay? So we'll come over here, close that over, okay? And we'll go through here, like so. All right, so now we're cooking. We've got our pedestal there. And cut. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Continue. And so we're going to tighten this up a little bit right in through here. We've got that. Okay, and tighten this up in through here and in through here. Okay. Okay, now let's pull this out a little bit and let's take a look and let's see what we've got. Let's pull this down. And there we go. So let's take a look at our vase. I think we're doing pretty good. And so I think the only thing I would change now, can you see it right in through here? I'm going to now adjust that curve a little bit, smooth this out just a little. Okay, bring that in. There we go. Let's bring it back to brush. Bring that in a little bit. Smooth, smooth a little bit. Smooth out that transition and over. Then, of course, these are a little curved too as well. And you can make it a little bit more organic. So we can do this and through here. We can curve over and through here like so. Okay, we can curve over. We can bring this down a little bit. Maybe this would go out a little bit further, like so. Curve this over. Kind of straightens out there, doesn't it? And kind of comes over and through there. Okay, so let's tighten this up a little bit. We can do this in black. So I'll go over, and I'm using 050505, right? Yep, that's it. Okay, and I'm going to use an opacity of about 90%, maybe a little bit less. Let's see how 90 does. Something like that. And I'm going to pull out up a little bit, get a little bit more control. And we'll tighten this up a little bit and have a little fun. Okay. Through here. So there was our pyramid running through there. I'm going to take the opacity to 80. There we go. Come in through here a little bit. Take our curve. We just want to emphasize now. So we had our underdrawing, which is lighter, and we're just going to emphasize our drawing a little bit. And through here, turn this underneath. Turn this underneath in our donut. Remember this rounded part, right? Running through there and over and through here. Get a little thicker line maybe in through there. Bring that over and just to give a little bit extra emphasis, maybe right in through here and over. Don't be afraid to overlap these a little bit. This will get a little darker and through there. So we're working on seeking out those friends. And through here, curved. And I'll leave the inside parts lighter, just that maroon kind of color, so we can see what I was thinking inside there too as well. And through here, this will curve over and through. Nicely over this way. Let's pull out a little bit so we can see. Then I'll pull this up. Oops. And start to pull this down even further. Pull these in, make these a little bit darker where these little forms come together. These little corners give a little extra dark in dimension. I'm not drawing necessarily everything I see in terms of the overall finish of the vase, actually quite hardly. What I'm looking for is we're talking about structure, right? And so remember this goes back that way, in that direction. And so I'm emphasizing structural line over whatever the image is giving me truly in terms of value and finish. So this curves through a little bit and over and down. We'll come underneath, like so. So we'll pull that forward a little bit darker. Okay, we'll come through. You could place your ruler on top, which I do, and just kind of trace and draw and sketch it over. Make it a little bit tighter and varied, right? And underneath and down a little bit. We've got that pedestal here. So you can put a little, this area where it gets a little darker, running through here and here, you can have a little dot just to draw the dark in. Maybe a lighter touch as it comes through. And we'll curve over. Might curve that through that way. And through here. We'll sit that down. Tighten it up right through here, and in here, and in here. And we're just about there, right? So take a look at that. So if we're using our best friends in hide and seek to seek them out and to find out where they are in relationship to our overall scope of imagination. So it's a creative act. Even drawing these simplified forms is very much a creative kind, of exercise, meaning that you're looking at structure, you're looking at finding cubes, finding cylinders, finding spherical forms or elliptical forms like we did right over in through here, and then we find the top over and through here, different kinds of cylinders, so that we can control these forms in space, because we don't want to just draw our best friends all the time. We want to draw really complex, sets of forms, and I think that's what makes, drawing exciting, and what puts you here. So I could throw a little bit of value if I wanted to on this, just to give it a little bit of dimensionality, and set in and show you, give it a little bit more, 3D and kind of play off what it looks like a little bit. I'll do this pretty quickly in through here. And emphasize, see how I come around with the value, and I can emphasize this roundness as I'm stroking. And then it gets a little bit darker here. It shows off kind of its verticality, right in through this area, right through there. Then it gets rounder again, in through here, and over, right through here, and then rounder, and through there. So essentially what I did, I just took a blunter end. You can see how blunt that is, and I made my opacity lighter, so I could draw a little bit more value and tone, a little bit, just to show you that. So that you want to feel the emphasis of this plane going back in that direction, right? In through here. And you want to feel this coming back this way, down, or you could also stroke it across, so maybe a little bit of both, to feel that plane direction, coming in this way, right? So you can feel that moving in that way. And sometimes I'm kind of lining up my ruler, and I'll just kind of glide it across to keep it, kind of straight. So that way we get that movement this way, but also back from right back to left space too. And then coming in through here, I'm drawing what I see a little bit from the object, from our image, this back part, but then it starts to get glossy in through here. So this moves right in here, a little darker. And I'm assuming this moves back right in space here, so I can darken this a little underneath too as well. And then we can start to play around with maybe a little reflection quality, but the emphasis really needs to be on that direction, because that's what we're really telling our audience. So I might pop up here and go a little bit wider even, and start to, that way I could tone this down really quickly. So the first move I might make is to let everybody feel this direction, where it's going in this direction, right? Where it's moving, in this flow from left to right in that kind of planar direction. Then I might start to come in here and say, okay, there's a there's a darker patch, right, in through here. Then I can get a little bit more reflective, kind of quality in through here. This is not necessarily the main part of the lesson, but I thought I would give you a little bit of extra to show you how this, once we get our best friends located in Draw Our Object, you can start to tone them in a little bit more if you want. You can do anything you want, right? So you're drawing later on, especially those in YouTube land. So we'll have this kind of coming through, and so we'll pick out that direction. And if I wanted to, I might put this down a little bit on give a little bit of a cast type shadow, a little bit maybe in through here, and just kind of blow this out and through there, a little shadow. Maybe go back to a little bit more opacity, and then use a finer tip in through here, and then create a little bit stronger edge, maybe right in through there, and right in through there, and let that fade a little bit back in through there. Okay, all right, so there we go. Let's take a look at what we did here. Let's go out a little bit, and let me bring it over. And so we found using our three best friends, the cube, the sphere, the cylinder. And maybe a little bit of a pyramid in this case, and we've got our first object drawn in. So let's do some more of these until you get a really good feel. I might do 2 or 3 more, and I think you'll really get the idea. And then you can go off on your own and set up these still life objects and sketch from them, and from three dimensionality from life object setups, and try to find the these forms is best you can. The more you do, the easier it gets, and you'll even be ready to tackle the volumetric figure 2 as well. Okay, all right, so let's go on to another one. Okay, now let's take on the guitar. Everybody's like, oh no, not that guitar. It's really pretty easy. And let's take on the skull. We'll do the guitar and the skull, and I'll show you how they're really similar in drawing. So I'll show you why. So they're both based on the cubic form, okay? So, or the box form. And here's why. Here's what I'm going to show. Show you when I look to seek out our best friends, right? So they're mostly based off this kind of structure. So here I am in the left corner, this kind of cubic form here and here, in there. They're both a little 2-point here and here. So in my mind, in the back of my mind, and sometimes the forefront of my mind, I'm thinking about this cube, okay? I'm thinking about this 2-point perspective cube, and here's why. I'm getting a side view of both of these objects. So anytime I get a side view, I know that I'm looking for where they change and they break in a different direction. Okay, this way, right, and also in that direction. So essentially here, because it moves back there and it moves back in that direction, and that's why that's so important, and that's why I look for those kinds of things. Now I see the curves and I see all that. And I know that also especially guitar, there's forms in the way. There's the little trinket box. There's the flowers in the aperture of the guitar. So you're gonna have to start getting comfortable with thinking through objects and forgetting about certain forms when they're obscured a little bit. Okay. So let's take the guitar first. Let's see if I can make us scooch over here and give us a little bit more room to draw our guitar. Okay. So let's go back. So I'm going to use a blue color for this. When you're drawing, you can use any material that you want. I like to just color code them for educational purposes. I think it helps my audience and students to see a little bit better. So the first thing I look for, I know that the guitar is on an angle. It's about on an angle like that, right? So I see that, and everything in this guitar, right, over here, and over here, it's kind of like a number 8, isn't it? Right in through there, is going to be moving in this direction, right here, and then back over in this direction. And even the headstock of the guitar later on will be moving back in that direction. So that's the first thing I've got to look for. And then it has another direction. They all have another direction back this way to the right, okay? So it's the same thing as over here, right, with our cube, but we've got a little bit of a change or a break. So we'll start to find the gesture of it, the link from top to bottom as I'm drawing. And maybe I'll go back and take my opacity off to about 30. That'll be a little bit easier. I don't want to get too dark on you. As we sketch out our form, we're using the gesture or the quick sketch of our form in through here. So that's kind of what I'm thinking about the length. Now, I don't see the rest of the headstock of the guitar, but I'm going to imagine it to be something like this over here. It's going to move in this direction, come down a little bit like that, right? And move kind of like that. And of course, you have the side view of it, and then it's going to come down a little bit like so. Okay? So it's a very simple kind of cubic form. So when I look at this guitar, the best friend that I see, the one I'm going to use the most, is probably more than likely going to be the cube. Okay? All right, so let's find, so the headstock is going to be here roughly. I'm going to kind of just gesture it out here. And then the end of it's here, then the fret bar where the fingering of the artist would do, fretting in through here. So there's my length in through here. And then where the body of the guitar, that the curvature shapes of that, I think will start right in through here. Okay? Now, before I even get into that, let me show you. Let's draw a box of it first, okay? So let's feel. I'm going to start to feel some planes here, okay? And I'm going to come where I think this curve is going to end. I'm just going to come down and feel how this box influences my drawing, okay? And I'm going to feel it on this side, keeping this nice angle this way, right? Okay, I'm going to feel that over through here. The angle that we're getting is a little downward trending from the width or thickness of our guitar, about like that, okay? And so I'm going to tighten this up a little bit. Bit, so you'll see it. We're seeking out our best friend. It's hiding from us a little bit. It wants us to find it, but we've got to work to find it a little bit. So we've got some work to do. So here's the thickness of that guitar in through here. Okay, now the bottom part of that, let's pull this up so you can see it. The bottom part of that is going to be moving slightly back in this direction, okay? Kind of like this over through here, or right up and through in that direction. So we're going to find that it's not quite as intense as that angle, so I'm going to make it about, for now, about right in through there. It's hidden, isn't it? It's hidden by that trinket box. Don't worry about it. Try to draw the best you can through it. Later on, you'll put the box over, but I want you to see how I think through it without it being there. And then this angle of the guitar, if our box moves back in this direction, right? It goes to the left here. Can you see that? Right there. So it's moving back in that direction. What does that look like? It looks like a tilted 2-point box. And so now we're on our way with our guitar, right? So let's find now and make this a little bit more specific. So let's find this top aperture, right, of our guitar coming through, not our top aperture, but the top part of our number 8 curve right in through here, right? So we can feel it this way. Structure coming through here. Here and over, we have a curve coming down this way, right? Tops out and through here. What's that? That's like the ellipse, right, of a cylinder, right? Like that, okay? That's going back in this direction, kind of a fat cylinder right in through there. Yep. So we have that. This is a kind of a flat drawing problem too, right? Does it involve a lot of depth and dimension? Now we'll curve this out a little bit. We'll curve this one over and through here. Okay, here's where the bottom of our guitar will meet up. So this curves back, and this red knot guitar through here. And then we'll start to bring our curve down, curve it out a little bit if you need to, right in through there, and we'll curve it through. Okay, and through there. You can break that plane a little bit. It's kind of like a peanut shape too. So we want to feel this also going back in space. So I'm going to bring this curve up a little bit extra. See that right in through there? So I'll bring that up a little bit, and then we'll bring it down through here, and I'll fatten this up a little bit. So we'll curve this over, fatten it up, make it look a little bit more natural. We can break the rigidity of our box, because later on I won't draw all this boxy stuff, but that's what's going on, you know, in my mind to draw these forms to help me control their complexity. Okay, so there we have our guitar in through here. Now let's get our thickness. So let's go back and think through three-dimensional a little bit. So now from the top over here, here's what we're feeling, right over through here. Let's increase it a little bit so we can get in there and you can really see it. Let's see how far I can increase it. There we go. So now you can really see it, and I can draw even more accurately. Get our brush back in through here. Bring this over. I'll darken this a little bit so you can see it. So now we want to feel this angle of our box, right, in perspective. Let's feel it coming back this way, coming down with our guitar, right? So we start to feel that. And then it mimics this curve over through here. So we'll bring this down and over, right? We'll bring that through. There's a thickness of that. It's kind of like, remember that fat cylinder over here. So this curve, now you don't see any line there, but we could feel one kind of curving in this direction, right? Curving over, curving over, curving over. Right in through there. They come together, the top part of that guitar. And so this moves downward like so. We're just following now this curve, right? Yeah, pretty easy. Right in through there. We curve over and through. So let's raise that up, okay? And we'll go back. Let me catch my brush and through here. And so I might touch the thickness of that, get the thickness through. And now what are we trying to do? We're trying to meet up down here at the bottom. I'll make this a little darker, aren't we? We're trying to figure that out, that depth. So this line here becomes really important. That tells us it's going back in space that way, right? So we can start to say, okay, I can draw a little line in my mind or on paper to feel that through. Then I've got this curve coming through, keeping this relative thickness from here to here, the boxy part of the guitar, so the notes can vibrate, the tones, the air vibration from the strings, nylon or steel, depending on what you want to play. What kind of music do you like to hear? I like to hear a lot. Classic rock, classical music, blues, you name it. Okay. All right, so there we've got our thickness, right? So let's back out a little bit, take a look at that. Look at that. We've got the bottom of the body of the guitar, and we'll start to work in through. So its major friend that we found is the box, right? Up in through here, and then we used cylinder. We could have used another one. I could have talked about it, right, in through here, okay? So the aperture where the notes start to go in and vibrate feels like it's about right up in through here in this area, okay? Coming down. I'm not going to worry too much about all this detail in through here. But I will say this, is when you're going to put it on, it's got to be in perspective. So you'll notice that the bridge here, where the pegs go in, is going to feel, gets in through here. Then you've got this extra part down in through here, coming through. So, and this could get more dimensional, but I'm just going to make it just a sketchier shape. So you see that this area, this bridge in through here, it still feels like it's got to be coming back right in perspective there. So we have that. Okay. So now we're on our way. So let's go to the fretting board of this guitar. Don't fret, right? We'll be okay. But I mean, that was a joke. All right, so, whoops. Let's bring that back. Okay. And let's work with this fretting bar. So this fretting bar is, quite simply, if we go over here, it's a very, very thin box now. So we're still using one of our best friends, but it's a boxy form that's very thin. So you want to be able to draw very varied different types of rectangular cubes, right? This is a very different one than this one, correct? But they're both cubic forms, okay? So let's feel this through. This feels like a pretty good distance. I'm going to take my width down just a little bit so we can dig in there. So I'm going to find my length and my distance. So the fretboard ends at the aperture about right in through here, okay? And the end of the fretboard is right up in through here, or I believe that's called a nut, up in through there. If I'm wrong, guitar people, I play a little guitar, correct me. Totally. Teach me. So, all right, so up here at the nut, so we'll get our dimensionality here, right, to here we think our thickness is, right in through here, all the way through. Now, you can use a ruler, you can sketch it out. I think it's just easier right now to use a little tighter edge, right through. And I'm going to bump this up in view, so I really want you to see this. So let's take it over here, and let's work on this thickness even further. To here to here. So what's happening now is we come across here, we get that thickness. If we come down now, this is going to be in this direction, here to here. Okay, so we've got a little bit of that plane in that angle. So now if I take my thickness and work with it roughly in through here, now these things get curved and they get a little bit wider as they come down the fretboard into the guitar. And so it's going to start, because it wants to come in the back of the guitar too as well. All right, so what does that look like? Because it's hard to see from the photograph. So what I'm going to envision this is it gets a little bit wider as it comes down, and it connects up about right in through here where it gets I get a little bit darker right in through there. Okay, so let's pull out so you can see it further. And now we've got a dimensionality of our guitar. So which best friend was that? Well, again, it was the cubic form. Now, if we go right into this point, you can see where my cursor is, where that guitar is. I'll show you something else. So let me move it over so you can see it here, right? Right in through here. That's going to get a little bit of a thickness too as it's cut luthered in right in through here. So that would get a little extra thickness here coming down, right? This would go back up in that direction. Dimensionality, 3D, very important kind of, obviously, component that we're talking about. Now let's pull back out, and you can see the dimensionality now that we start to see on that guitar even further. So drawing is a creative, complex activity. It's even when you're working on just the formal aspect. And what I mean by the language, when I say formal, if you hear me say that from now on, what that means is the technical aesthetic look or the technical aesthetic ideas, not necessarily the concept of, if there was a romantic song being played, that might be a different concept. Here I'm talking about the building blocks of drawing with your three best friends. Okay, let's go into the headstock, and let's blow it up a little bit, and let's blow this out and see how we can do. Now, we don't see as much of the headstock, so if you're not as familiar with guitars, you might struggle a little bit. You could always go look one up. That would help. But here's what we're going to look for. We're going to look for this, the bottom of it, right? We're going to come at an angle a little bit here. It gets wider as it goes up. The peg keys, the tuning keys up in through here. This is where the guitar gets tuned, where the strings come into the tuning keys. This will go down a little bit. We saw that. And, of course, the keys will come out like so. We won't spend a lot of time with this. And it's 6 strings, so there'll be 6 tuning keys like that, and we'll work on that dimensionality. Okay, so we know that this is our ending width. We can't go any wider than that from our base, but it is going to get wider coming out this way. So it's going to come out here like so. So I'm looking for that in my drawing to about right there. Feels like a good length where we had it. This is going to come down and in like so. So I'm just going to draw a line, a guiding line, to show you how we get that in through here, right? Now I know it's going to be not quite as wide over here. So I'm looking at that outside angle about right here. Does that look pretty good? Maybe I could bring it in just a little bit more. Okay, tighten it up there, bring it over. This might go a little bit more of an angle for its thickness, okay? Right in through, I'll make a little darker line in through here. Now we're going to get thicker, and this is going to come back in this direction a little further, okay? So I'm going to make that a little thicker, about right in through here. I'll put a dot where I feel like that's going to be the nice thickness that I want, and then this is going to come back over and catch up to right, and connect up right in through there with our drawing, right in through there. So let's pull out and see how we did. We have to see this all together too, right? Through here, I'll bring it up pretty good. I think feels pretty natural in through here. It might be just a little bit wider in through here, but I'm not going to fuss with it. It looks pretty good enough. Okay. So, and then of course, if you wanted to put the pegs on it, you could as well. And let me pull out a little bit, move this over here a little bit, and I think hopefully I've demonstrated again where you're using your very best friend. So we can darken this in a little bit. I'll go back to the black tone that I'm using. And we can darken this in so we can see it a little bit better. I'm not going to put much more detail, I think, than what I have here, but we can certainly put a little bit more in, okay? So let's go back here. Let's go back to our brush. And we can have a little bit of fun. Maybe I'll go with a little bit wider tip, maybe about 10, and just kind of give it a little bit of effect so we can start to see it a little bit more. So you can do it along with me, watch along with me. So again, as you're drawing, you can can use graphite for this. I would use a harder graphite type pencil, like an HB or an H or a 2H, and then when you're outlining or sketching over it, use a little bit softer, like a B, or maybe even a 2B too as well. So I'm just working on finishing this out a little bit so you can see it can show up a little bit. So we're working on our structure. Found our 3 best friends. Pull this in a little bit. I could put a little tone into here, like so that it opens up a little bit. Feel this roundness through here. Let's pop it up a little bit so we can start to see a little bit further. So I want to move on to that skull. We can start to see that, how they're very similar. Like, how is a guitar and a skull similar? Well, they are in the sense of how we approach drawing. And you can pull that back and this can kind of sketch that. So this is feeling, this way going back in space. This feels this way going back in space here. All right, as we're working. Pull it out a little bit so you can kind of see that. I'll leave the detail on the inside alone. Let's see, let's pull forward a little bit, then we'll go up. And then pull this out just a little bit further. So brush to make it a little bit darker here. Oops, even here. You can feel the nut where the strings come together. And down, and maybe the pegs would come out 1, 2, 3, something like that. Something like, maybe we'll change the direction of them. And through here, and the one through there, so we can get a feel for that. And let's pull back out so we can see it. And there we go. So we have our guitar that was based off of pretty much the cube, or the boxy form, right in through this area, okay, right in through here. And so we also used a little bit, didn't we, of the cylinder just to tell ourselves that, hey, it belongs to and it's related into this form as well. Okay, so now what I want to do, I want to go on to the skull and show you how it's also related to the guitar as well. So let's do that. Cut. Okay, so I'm going to go up. We'll have to go to a new sheet, won't we? Okay. So let's say File, New. Okay, 15 by 12, and Create. Okay, so we can do that. And then... All right, let's look at that skull and let's say, hey, it's a 2-point kind of cubic form, so our best friend can be just like the guitar. So what I'm looking for, I'll draw it over here, is the skull is going to be tilted a little bit, pushing down in this direction, moving over in this direction, so we have that. And then the back of it, the cranial part, the fat part of the head where your brain sits, right, is in this direction. All right, so look at that. That's another cubic form. Okay, the cube is probably my favorite best friend. You have your favorites, right? But I still like the other forms, but it's probably my favorite. So let's draw that cube and see how it relates to this skull. So the first thing I look for, I might sketch it out a little bit more organically first. I'll go a little faster here, and we'll start to see this part of the skull coming in this direction, right? It's coming down, so it's leaning back just like this, right? So that's something that you have to get in your system, and I can find that the four line on all the way across, or the outline of the head helps me find that direction too. So I feel this kind of form as well. So we've kind of got the outside shape of it in dimension too, right in through there. So we have that. Okay, so we're moving through, and the next thing I'm looking for is where the side plane of that skull is in relationship to everything else. It's kind of right behind the eye socket, right in through here. So if one eye socket's over here, right, it's kind of looped down, and then the other one's over here, right behind it, about right in through here. Right there is where that side plane. So that's where I start to feel that tilt of our box coming through, right in through there. So let's tighten up this box that we're looking for here. Okay, here. So I'll draw it out for you so you can really start to see how artists think. And through here, then we can kind of connect up with it, right in through. I'll overdraw these lines a little bit so you can kind of see, which is fine. Okay, because we'll tighten it up later. So we come back in this direction. Okay, and then we tighten up our box here, and then back over through about the apex here, and then down over, right in through there. All right, so we have our kind of a tilted 2-point box, don't we? We can start to find our forms throughout there. So let's start to see this a little bit further. We'll start to see this skull coming in through, so I can find this area where it starts to, this cranial orbit starts to come through in this direction. So this gives me the side plane of the head. I'm just thinking about now this left side of the plane of the head, and through here, and down, right, and through there, like so. Coming over, I can start to find this underneath part, through here. Okay, down through. So everything on this side is going back in space in this direction, 2-point boxy form, right? And everything on this plane is moving back to the right. All right, so the true center then is way pushed over, right about in through here, okay? So what that means now is that the center of the head of the skull, center line is about right in through there, okay? So we can pull that a little darker. We can come down a little bit here. That little skull cap is taken off a little bit, so that's fine. Just a diagrammatic skeleton. So this tilts over, right? We can see that. Keep it loose. And so this starts to get wider right down at the base, starts to get really wide as it comes down more in this direction. You can see that coming through and over to here. So this starts to catch up and meet up right in through here to the back of the bottom of the skull and through here. So every time I'm thinking about, when I draw, that boxy form that we found, our best friend, and now I can start to tighten this up and make it look more like the true object that it is, not just a box, right? Okay, so now I can bring this eye orbit, the side plane over, connect it through here a little bit further. Okay. Now we can start to find our eye orbits even further through, over and through here. And we'll come down, okay? And we'll start to find this eye socket, start to lightly gesture it in here. So the bottom of the eye socket feels pretty comfortable about right in through here, right? And kind of over. And then, of course, it comes back in through here and up through here a little bit. And then we'll find the other one if we start to think about our perspective again, right? So we're going to be moving in this direction because we're moving back here with our drawing in this direction. See how these move down where this is 2-point perspective. And see how this moves up and through. We'll curve that in a minute to get that jawbone in through there. So we have that, okay? So we'll start to move that through, and we'll curve this over. So this underneath part of our eye orbit, this one back over through here, as it curves in and over and through, moves in this direction in perspective. So it gets a little bit smaller as it moves more to the right. That's important to get in your drawing later on. You're going to have to really be comfortable to see that and be aware of that later on. And of course, it's my job to help you see that. So we come down and through a little bit, and I'll get this little eye orbit area, this little part of the cheek starting to emerge in through here, and over. Feel this come down through this way from over here. It's a little bit, see how it gets more complex, but we found where it was located and how it's oriented by our best friend, which was the cube. Okay, we can come through here and over and down, and we can start to feel this whole form. So watch this. So from here over, see how I make this curved line over and come back? Okay, here's what I'm thinking. All right, so I'll show you over here. Let me take, and I'll show you a little bit what I'm thinking. Is I'm not just relating the line shape. I see that. I'm thinking about two things. I'm thinking about this whole area, right? See where the cursor is? I'm thinking about this whole area as a ball. So you know that's one of your best friends, the spear, right? That's a rounded, muzzled form. And if you draw the skull enough, you'll know that this whole area right in through here is like a ball. See it? So I'll draw it for you a little bit right in through. Of course, it goes down lower where the other mandible jawbone fits together. So this is like a ball in through here. Or you can think of this curve as what? As a tube. So if I think of this as an ellipse, right? And they go back, they're a little bit tilted. So maybe the cylinder is slightly tilted up this way, right? So we can have that. And of course, you probably see the top of it and connect it that way. So see how I can use all three of these best friends as a guide, right? And to help us. I'll put a little tone in through here so you can see it. And they help me continue to think through this drawing problem. So we'll go on a little bit further. I'm not going to go into a massive amount of detail because I want to go on and push on a little bit further. But I do want, again, I think it's important to relate that together. So from this end of the cheekbone up through, right? We're coming through this way, over. Here's my angle through, downward, right? See that? This comes in. Okay, this connects up. Then we'll reposition this where the teeth will go. Okay, and they'll be raised up along this line. You can see that. Okay. And let's work on, we'll place this nose a little bit inside here. So right in through here, we have our brow coming in, down below, kind of a furrowed brow with a natural skeleton, kind of looking through here. Here's the center part coming down, right? We come through here and over. And so then we'll find out where this nose cavity, the brow of the nose, the stem of the nose starts to come out here, starts to come over, okay, through this way. And then it's going to start to come down. Look where it comes out all the way over into about right here, right? You see that tipped in through? Then it's kind of like a triangle shape. You see that triangle shape coming down here? Where are we seeing triangles? Pyramids, right? This whole muzzle in through here is kind of like a boxy tube. Watch it, I'll show you what I'm thinking. In here and then this comes down, right, up and through. That's the flat part of it, kind of like this. So it's kind of like, watch, here's the modified form I'm thinking about. Here to there, okay, and over, and then back inside the head, kind of like a traditional sort of house shape, right? Three-dimensional. Or what could we say? Maybe it's a tube or a cylinder going back in space that way, okay? So this one is a little bit more complex than that. So you can take and find your best friend and then modify it really quickly to your needs. The more you're confident and capable of imagining these concepts, conceptual forms in space, your drawings will start to take a leap. Don't be frustrated if it takes a little time. Your brain's getting used to seeing forms instead of flat, which we all are natural-born outliners, into more three-dimensional, type formations, which is a Renaissance idea that we've continued on. We've used both flat and we've used three-dimensional throughout art history. Okay, so this has a little form here. So the side of this nose cavity and through here, this goes back a little bit like a tube, okay, and then around, and then this comes back. If I could draw just a little bit to show you there, this comes back and through in that way. So that's how I start to get that dimensionality that we start to want in our drawing. Okay, and so to end this out, I might draw the bottom in through here. This is kind of a side plane. This is a boxy form in through here. This moves back, and then of course it goes back in its three-dimensional aspect in through there. All right, so let's pull out a little bit and let's see what we did. So we'll put the hand cursor a little bit through here, and maybe I can go back a little bit. There we go. So now we see that dimensionality come out of that skull. So maybe we'll take our black color, which was, let's see, what was it? 050505. Okay, and we'll do that. But look over here to the right. That's what's really important, is the cube, the box, the cylinder in our composition, and look how we used these forms now throughout our drawing. They're so foreign. So your three best friends, they're right there for you to use. So let's work on this a little bit. We'll tighten this guy up a little. And so hopefully you'll see that the guitar and the skull were built off the same kind of the thinking. Of course, absolutely they were. They were built off the same type of thinking together. So I'm being a little bit looser in through here. This fit right on top. Not really worried about that so much running through here. Just getting a little bit of dimension so you can see this come out through here. So all this detail is on this side plane moving back to the left. And I'm going to just abbreviate it. It's not that important. Ear canal in through here. This goes back. See, this is important right in through here where it sits down all this little craggy information. This is where the skull goes back in this direction some. That's why it's already darker. And it's sitting on a little cloth, so it gets obscured a little bit. So we come through here and over. And I could take and go to maybe this size and throw a little bit of, oops, maybe not 300. How about maybe like to 55 and throw a little bit of shadow tone so you can start to see this emerge. But this plane moves back in this direction. So we can start to see that move. That way, this starts to come over. Three-dimensionality. And through here. That real plane break, it's hard because it's so front lit, but you've got to see that. See how it gets a little bit shadowy right in through here. Then this moves downward. That's the side plane of the head. So that's definitely a shadow moving back to help us say, hey, that's three-dimensional in our drawing. So let's go a little forward here. Let's see. Let's go back to our 10 over here. There we go. 10, 12. 10, 12. Doesn't matter. And so I'll keep going a little further. Then I'll work on this little eye socket in through here. It's an open kind of cavity, so it's like a cave. It starts to come in, so I'll just work on the shape a little bit and through here, down through. So we'll tone this in a second. This comes over and through, and around, and we start to see this brow merge over and through here. And again, that side planes right over and through. It starts to disappear a little bit because it gets more obscured by more detail. So come push this down a little bit in through here where the teeth are. And those are like little boxes too. I'm not going to draw all those just for the sake of brevity. And so I'll just group these all together in through here. Then you can kind of correct as you're sort of drawing over your drawing, your technical structural hide and seek drawing. And so this is all going to be in shadow in through here. This is a tube. It starts to merge in through there. The point where this comes out overlaps and over and through here. That's where I'll put the shadow on the moment. I'll go ahead and line everything out a little bit further so you can see that. See my thinking a little bit. This cap that's off a little bit off the skull. Brow in through here. The brow form right in through here. This gets pushed a little bit through and around. We'll come down. And then through here. There we go. Not really talking much, just drawing. We've got this eye socket and through here coming over. Dimensionality, now it's pretty light and through here, so this can kind of, I can show a couple lines that turn in this direction to show that cylindrical kind of quality, right? And so I think I'll catch that and then catch this up underneath about right through here. Okay, and then let's put a little bit more shadow tone to make it a little bit more 3D. Just back. So we'll go back to my width of about 50, 55, 56 a little bit. And we'll put a little bit more shadow. So we'll throw a little shadow now in the cavity of the eye socket through here. To show a little depth and dimension. And so I'm thinking about the best friends, right? The cube, the sphere, and the cylinder as I start to go over. It's really planar in through here, down shaven like that, so a little bit of tone. Underneath here, a little extra tone, not too heavy. Then we have a cast shadow, right, underneath here. So this comes down. And through here, so I have a shadow shape there. Right in through there a little bit. This is kind of down shaven. There's a lot of little subforms in through here we could get into for another lesson, right? And so we have that. And then let's pull this. I need to pull that in through here and over. So the teeth would emerge kind of in through here. We'll just gloss over those guys. And we have a shadow tone in through here. Push that back, right? So again, we're starting to build up this little sketch from, you know, a very simple beginning, which was from a boxy form all the way through. So I can emphasize that even further, tone this down a little bit. I'll push these back in space here, push these down. Feel this curve coming over really quickly. In through. And then I could even push this a little bit further. I could tone this back to feel that plane disappearing. And then right in through here, you may not see it as an artist, I could push the side plane a little bit and then push all this just slightly back in tone this way to emphasize that 2D quality coming out that direction, right? There's a little shadow in through here, which you get to as well. Okay, so there we go. We've got a pretty, you know, still generalized kind of skull that we built off of the cubic form, a little bit of the sphere, and also the cylinder. Okay, I want to go on to a few more and work with a few different best friends too. Okay, let's move on to there. Okay, so for one last drawing to demonstrate hide and seek, finding our three best friends. This one we're going to look at, the still life we're looking at now. Let's tackle the cow skull. Let's look at it. I know you're probably thinking, oh my gosh, it's really hard. Yeah, okay, I understand that. But let's break it down first into its most simplified form. And then we can find maybe some subforms that will help us get this form realized. And then later on, it's just a matter of drawing the detail parts, of which we're really not interested in right now. So what I'm going to show you for this one is it is very cylindrical looking. So what I mean by that is if we go over here, the cow skull moves in this direction, right? So we see that. And it's really just a cylinder like this sitting down on a table. is it is very cylindrical looking. So what I mean by that is if we go over here, the cow skull moves in this direction, right? So we see that, and it's really just a cylinder like this sitting down on a table going off into this direction, okay? If you can start to see that, you're really on your way to helping yourself out to start to draw and think better visually, right? So that's really what I see, and that's how we're going to start out with utilizing the cylinder in that particular position. So let's start with the cow skull. We'll move it over here now, get a larger view of it. And you'll see that I'm thinking about this back hub of the skull. And it really, if I just break it down into an ellipse here, we start to see that. And then we can start to see the movement go back or forward, I guess, in this direction. And it becomes a tube. Now, I know it's got some negative space where the teeth are and all that. I'm not worried about that right now. I'm worried about you breaking it down into, a simplified, kind of form. So this would be the closed area over here, and this could be the open part of the tube right in through here. Okay? All right, so we have that. So we have the direction also of our form going in. Space. It's a little bit angled, a little bit higher on the top left than it is the right. Why? Because you know from horizontal and vertical and diagonal alignment, right? So right in through here, we can see if you drove that across, this line across, you see that that's a little bit higher all the way over than this end right of the cow skull. Very important to know too as well. What you're really doing when you're drawing is you're using all the techniques that we're going to be talking about in this drawing channel all the time, but we slow it down, and so you can see it in manageable bites, so you can practice it over time, okay? So the next thing we might want to take a look at is after we've got our cylinder now, is the front part of the skull where the eye socket is. Let me show you. It's kind of like a box. So I'm going to start to draw this out a little bit, and this is the way I see it. Right above the eye socket, right in through here over, okay? And moving then back in this direction. Can you see that where it starts to make a boxy form? Here, right? And then over, so we can start to modify that. Or you can keep the curve. Doesn't really matter to me. We'll draw over it and make it a little bit darker and finish it out like we've done before. So this comes down, and then this whole area, as we go down vertically here, we fall down. See how it starts to make a box in through this area. So it gets really boxy. So this turns, and then it goes downward like that. So it's rounded, but it also can be thought of as a box too, as well. So I think that's important. Now we've got that pear in the way, we've got that lettuce in the way, so we'll just draw through them a little bit. We can move this downward, coming over and on through. Okay, we've got that. And of course, later on, we'll find that this will get into kind of a hub in through here, the cow skull. skull, in through here, okay? And this will move kind of down like this, taking the shape of it too, as well. And this can move over, and of course down, and it should end something like this a little bit later on. There we go. Keep it light. You can keep it very loose. Make your mistakes. Draw over it. Okay? So this form will come out a little bit through here. It's all in shadow for a reason. It's lit from the top. Okay? And so this breaks downward in over this plane and through here, which is natural shadow. So we have a cylindrical type form and also a boxy type form. You can do a little bit, have a little both of those things going on at the same time. As a matter of fact, the more complex your form is, you'll use in small tight little areas, maybe a box concept in your mind, and then turn around and say, okay, I need a cylinder concept pretty quickly as well. So it all can be adjusted pretty quickly. Okay, right in through there. All right, so now we'll go ahead and put on the eye socket so we can see that. I'm just going to get the shape of it through here. Right through there and over. This moves over. It's kind of like a circle, right? And through here, a little bit more rounded up and through here. And then when I get a better feel for it, I can tighten it up here to there. And we'll darken this in too as well. Okay, down and through, and then around. Right and through. And this has a little dimension, of course, inside there too as well. All right, so we're coming over on the other side of the skull. So right in through here, this gives some dimension. This is kind of like another little tube. I'm feeling this roundness, just like this. Right over through here and on over. So this is rounded. So we've got this little shaved off softer plane right in through here. Okay, as it comes through and down and over, it's really the brow of the animal right in through there. So now something to think about. So as this brow of the cow skull raises about right in through here. If we look over, here's our perspective feeling from right here over. It gets very box-like, so we can feel this coming down. We'll feel that hub of the other side about right in through here. Do you feel that? And then, of course, it can come down right in through there, which is pretty important. So we have that through here and over and down. And, of course, that gets a little shape in through there. All right, so we have that now. And then we can start to come over and start to figure out maybe some more of these complexities over in this area of our composition. All right, so let's do that. So as we come down this area of our cow skull, I'll start to worry about this as a shape. This moves in, okay, in downward. We do our structure drawing in through here, right, and through. This could also be a box form, but let's take on a few extra forms in here. Let's take a look as we come down. As we go in through here, this could be, this whole area, as I'm drawing it, right in through here, could be sort of an egg form, right in through here. Do you see that? I could feel this rounded form that I'm drawing as an egg form. As we get into this moving on down and through, this teeth overlap down and through here, and of course they come down lower, and they'll come down about right in through here, then come on up right in through there. So I'll just kind of gloss over them. We won't get into too much detail again. Right in through here, then up and over. And then it starts to end right in through there, right where I made the end of that egg form, right in through there. So it wasn't a perfect sphere, and I didn't want it to be. So we're still looking for those good friends of ours to come through. Now, what about this kind of attitude of expression? So this whole area now, instead of a boxy form, I can see some cones emerging. Watch this. So we can see this whole area in my thinking, in my dimension. Of course, this is a cylinder, right, moving through like so. Okay, we get that. But can we think of it as a cone, right? So this moves in this direction. I can see a couple of cones. We can see one large cone maybe moving like so, okay? We can see that. So maybe I'll tighten it up so you can see it a little bit further here, right? You can see that to that. You can see that, so we can start to get that, right? Okay. Then can you see another smaller cone? This top part of the nasal cavity coming through the center of the cow skull. It's pushed way over, I can tell. You can see that, but here's the true center, about right there. And coming down, that's where it starts, as it hubs over, right in through there, right? And so what happens is, now, we can make this a cone. So from here, we can see underneath, you can imagine that underneath, here's our ellipse for a cone, right in through there, right? And so now we can take that and connect it up here, right? Keep it really simple, keep it all, very, the end doesn't have to be very pointy, just a generalized feel of it. And now we have the conception of that double cone look of our cow skull. And we're pretty much there, aren't we? It's just a matter of just kind of getting some detail. So now once we get this located, I could come over here and say, okay, this is a little bit more organic in its feeling, right? And so I can throw a little bit darker line in through here. This starts to break off a little bit, right? It gets more organic in through there. Okay, here's right in through here is the true center. See that dark line in through there? This all wants to what? Start to turn and curve. So we can put a little line to make it feel like it's curved. And then now I go back to my box when I'm working this last part of the cow skull, right in through here. Watch this. So it can start to get a boxy feel here, right? Then the edge of that nasal cavity as it goes down feels like this very boxy orientation there, okay, to there. And then this moves, whoops, we feel this move across here, like so, right? And a crossover. And again, you see that where it starts to make a boxy form. And that's also where this form moves down in space and where you have shadow underneath that too as well. So that helps you to, it helps tell you what's going on, of course, with that form. This comes over, hubs over a little bit, and then moves in this direction. And so we get that really nice 2-point kind of boxy form in through there. And then we're really kind of on our way. I think now we could even go into, if you want, a little bit of dark pencil, and we can finish this out. So let's go back over here to our pencil, black one, which is 0500505. And we'll put a little tonality on this and finish this out a little bit. So maybe we'll make this a little bit wider, nib, maybe let's start at 40, 41, whatever, and see what happens, see if I like it, to make this a finished sketch, really quick sketch. So I can come over, grab this shape orientation of this, come down a little bit, this will all be kind of in a shadow. Of course, we can't see that, so we can imagine, I have to imagine my way through that a little bit, and through here, and through here. Now, what's important about this study, especially where the light is now, is along where I'm going to make this plane angle, make a strong, just straight line for a moment. That's where that, see that boxy form or the cylinder form where it turns but it goes in shadow since the light source is up above. And that's why I made that strong line so you can kind of see that fall through. I think that's tantamountly important to what we're doing here. So I'll come through and just kind of finish the sketch. I'll let some of the orange line do the work. I'm going to take this down to like 35 or 34-ish, a little bit smaller. This will come over a little bit. So we'll define the line a little bit further through here, coming down through, and then we'll start to build a cowl socket through here. Working this a little faster, you'll probably tell. Building this open cavity in through here. Of course, that opens up. Finding your simplified forms, thinking as simply as you possibly can so you can get to the complexities really fast. People ask me, how can you get this so fast? Well, it's just simplifying the thinking. Your brain wants to think more complex, and you've got to control what you're seeing further. We're seeing so that you can push back and delay all the detail that your brain sees into what's most important, which is the simplified. Because what are we talking about? We're talking about structure here. We're talking about the simple volumes and solids that show up in your drawing constantly, which starts to give your drawing control. It starts to give it structure, and it holds it. Starts to hold it together, which is what you want, right? You want to be able to be in control, mostly, not all the time, when you're doing expressive things, but be in control of your drawing almost always. So we'll come across here. I'll put some lines in through to show the perspective, give a little bit of visual form to the drawing. And I'm going through pretty fast, kind of going over what that cone was, and through here, and through this, turning it through, seeing that in shadow, right, and through there. We'll get this backside, start get it finished out, located just a little bit, and through here. We don't have to. It's not about detail so much; it's just getting kind of a finished idea of what we're trying to accomplish here, which is structure. Seeing our going and finding our spheres, our cubes, and our cylinders in our drawing, or what I like to call, again, the three best friends. Okay, so we're getting there. We'll come over here, find this form. It's this part of the skull, and it moves over and downward, right? So this moves over the top, and then it falls downward like a box. Again, the box is my favorite form to utilize because it has such a plane break difference. A little bit harder, I think, to use than maybe the cylinder. And this comes downward and over. And through there. So we'll abbreviate a lot of this information. It's not that important to get. The teeth coming down. Abbreviate that a little bit and through. Okay. All right. So let's have a little fun. We'll put on a little bit of extra dimensional shadow on there too. So we'll go for a wider tip. Let's see how that looks. It looks pretty good. And we'll just start to throw some shadow on here and kind of finish this out. So we'll take this from a very simple diagram to something a little bit more complex. So you see, I'm just grouping all the shadow together. I'm not worried about lots of detail. I know there's variation and difference in there, but I'm not really worried about it. I'm worried about just grouping it all together. And I'll show you that in a later lesson. So we come in through here. I can start to tackle the eye socket a little bit and through here. Go a little bit stronger, just for visual effect. And just following the shadow pattern down through. Down below, it makes a nice shape, so I can see it. All this is in shadow, right in through here. It's like the side of a box coming downwards. And in no time, you've got dimension to your drawing right in through there. Take this down a little bit. Maybe get a little bit over here, a little bit more specific to the top really quickly. Nothing too complex. And through there, and in no time we've got a quick sketch of the cow skull, right? And where did we start from? We started from the cylinder, we looked at some boxes and a little bit of cone. So we used just about every drawing form or best friend or good friend as a tool to help us find that which we needed to solidify the communication of what this form is and what it does in a defined space. So pretty important stuff, pretty heady stuff. So get yourself some still life objects. You're out there, you guys in YouTube land and whoever, and start drawing as much as you can from them. Just draw and draw and draw and try to find those simple volumes and solids that help you say or tell a story about what the object is and what it's doing in space. And in no time, you should be able to improve pretty quickly and resolve some of these drawing issues that you might be having. It's all, when you get lost, go back to the most simplified forms. The cube, the sphere, and the cylinder, they're your best friends for a reason. They'll always be there and they'll emerge, and no matter what you're probably doing, especially if you want to draw and or paint representationally. Okay, so there you go. So I hope you got something out of it. I'll see you next time. And remember, keep on practicing, and that's how you get better. Just you keep doing, and and that's how you get better. Just you keep doing, and you slowly but surely continue to grow. All right, take care, and I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
Still staying up late gaming solo? With Hacko AI, get the ultimate companion for your playtime.
I noticed that the enemy jungle Rammus.
Confidence up.
Wow, that overgrown tunnel looks spooky. Main weakness is that glowing pool. Yeah, squeeze through that gap. It leads deeper into the village.
Choose from a wide range of characters and make every
So now I want to do some demonstrations finding, hiding, and seeking out these three-dimensional forms, the cube, the sphere, the cylinder, the cone, even in the pyramid, your three best friends and beyond, right? And go find some more in still life objects, but now using more traditional media. So I did the other one in the Cintiq Wacom Touch, and now I'm going to do some in traditional media. And so I'm going to use, for this drawing, Carbothello pencils, which are pretty soft. They're a little bit more difficult to control. And then, of course, I'll have a trusty triangle when I need a hard edge. And then I'm going to have also my kneaded eraser and my white eraser. Okay? All right, so let's get started. So I've got this image now of a shoe. So that's kind of a classic still life object. And we'll start out and we'll just kind of figure out what are some objects that we can see in there. Where first thing I can kind of see in this object is it's probably partly a cube. So I'll show you what I'm thinking. Try to open your mind to that. So I'm seeing this kind of structure kind of come down like a cubic form for kind of the entire shoe. Or you could actually think of it, as a tube form as well. And then as it comes up, it kind of curves over like that, so it's kind of a curved blocky form in there. And then of course it has later on this opening in through here, so it's very blocky where it moves right in this direction and then it comes down in this direction quite a bit. Or you could think of it as, if it's moving in this direction, right, and up and over, you could think of it as a cylinder right? And so you have that kind of movement. And then as it moves from top left down to the right, all this is kind of a turn, concentric kind of turn, right? To feel that kind of three-dimensionality. And then maybe it ends here, right? And then maybe there's a new, well, there is a new direction in through this way. And so this might be, you could think of it kind of as a cone, maybe a smaller cone on top. Like that, if you would. And it kind of gets shaved off in a little bit cubic. So we can combine forms and then alter forms within the drawing itself. And if I drew the bottom of the shoe, it's even kind of a blocky kind of pyramidal, form this way, and then on and up. So really breaking it down into these simplified, forms and shapes, so we can really see what's going on with the actual true nature of the form. Okay, so using that as a guide, I'm going to go ahead and start drawing the shoe. So we can first think of the shoe as kind of a flow in a gesture. So I'm thinking of it this way, building up. And I'm going to use the cube method for mine. You use I think you need to use what's best for your drawing. I'll do the demo in a kind of a cube form, and then we'll build it through there. So I start to see this top layer of this shoe coming down all the way through, kind of as a cube, and then from this apex of the back where the foot heel would go in, I kind of see that coming down, and then in like that. So I'm keeping my drawing really light, really blunt with my tip, okay? Or the side of my hand, my palm, if you will, okay? And so I see this at the end here where the pinky toe might start to emerge as a definite plane break. So it moves in this direction, and then all of a sudden it wants to change direction that way. And so we'll start to build up and through here like so, and then I start to see it as another big, strong kind of change, a sort of well, kind of a cone, a blocky kind of cone. Even both of these are kind of the same. So we'll get a feel for how these come up and over and down through. So I could even take, I'll even tighten it up a little bit and make it more of a structured line, kind of some of the other ones. So I'm modifying a little bit here into this kind of double-planed cube a little bit. And these are just guidelines to tell me that in my drawing, in my conception of form, I'm trying to break this down into volumes and solids. It's not unlike what we do with the figure. If you've seen other videos that I have, if you browsed a lot, hopefully you have, you've seen the figure done in a volumetric way, and that's the same kind of thing. We're just applying it now to still life objects. A lot of the techniques that go with the figure to broke the object we're drawing both. I'm trying to break this down into volumes and solids. It's not unlike what we do with the figure. If you've seen other videos that I have, if you browsed a lot, hopefully you have, you've seen the figure done in a volumetric way, and that's the same kind of thing. We're just applying it now to still life objects. A lot of the techniques that go with the figure also go with still life objects. They're kind of the same. So I'll be doing kind of double duty to show everybody both of that. A little horizontal alignment to line up this top area, right? Always using horizontal and vertical alignment. If you don't know about that, there's